Amen. Good evening and welcome to the 18th meeting of fiscal year 2025 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order and begin by first introducing the members of the board and our staff.
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Sean Fahey, member.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
Great. And on Zoom tonight, we have our staff members, Cheyenne.
Diane Frazier, Assistant Director of Planning.
Great. And Julia?
Julia Getman, clerk.
Great, thank you. We can now look at our administrative items. The first item is the approval of minutes, but those have just come in, so we're going to defer the approval of the minutes to the January 23rd meeting. If can I have a motion to move the approval of the minutes?
I'll make a motion to move both of the minutes to,
Great.
what date? What's
To
it?
January 23rd.
January 23rd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Discussion of the next meeting dates. We have our next regularly scheduled meeting will be on January 23rd. We've moved up this meeting to a Monday a little early because Cheryl will be away, so we were happy to accommodate that. So that's why there's a little bit of a gap there. And we already have some things scheduled for that meeting. The next following meeting, which is hard to believe that will be into February, will be February 13th, followed by our next regular scheduled meeting, the 27th. So 13th and the 27th. Following the January 23rd. And Cheyenne, now, if you would like to provide any staff update?
Yes, I have a couple. So on the agenda, we will be talking about the ADU comments. We need to have a vote later on. I was talking with Nick, the town administrator, and he said we'll need to take a vote to allow Meredith and I to continue to work on the comment letter, just because there probably isn't a chance we'll all get a chance to meet before Friday night when the comments are due. So that's just for our future reference. And just another reference, we need to be getting that first draft in for the articles next week, because that final draft is due that third week of January, which is coming up soon. And our next meeting is the 23rd, which is the third week of January.
Okay, great. And we can talk more about that.
What was the final draft due date? After or before?
He didn't give me an exact date, he just said third week of January.
Hopefully after our meeting on the 23rd, if you have any opportunity to convey that.
And I did speak briefly with Nick also today, just regarding comments and where the select board was. They're not planning to submit any comments. We'll talk about that later. But he did mention that town council is already reviewing our site plan review. They're in the process, and they like to have that looked over. Also, I think in the AG's office to make sure everything's looking like it's as it should. So we should be having feedback. He didn't have any feedback so far, but that is being reviewed by our town council. Okay. Anything else, Cheyenne?
That was all.
Okay. I did have one question. Did you have an update on the extension of our contract with MAPC? Have they gotten back with the best estimate?
So I believe it was I got a response saying between 5,000 to 6,000 for 4 meetings and a forum. I sent that to Nick. He responded that he wanted a more formal response back from Josh, so he's working on a formal amendment so that we can't extend that, but we should be good to go once he sends that back to me.
That sounds great.
Was that forum and what else?
3 to 4.
4 additional meetings.
4 additional meetings, okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Terrific. So now at this time, we can move on to our citizen speak. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on anything, you will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing. But if you would like to speak on anything else in the public or on Zoom, feel free to come forward. And it's fine to speak now if someone wishes, even if it's on something on our agenda.
It's okay to speak when the topic comes up?
Yes, there'll be a comment period from the public. Any hands, are you saying Cheyenne?
No hands on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, great. So we are a few minutes before our public hearing, which is at 7:10. So we're at 7:09. So to be official, we have one more minute. Are there any other questions that members have for Cheyenne of topics that we were waiting to get an update on?
Can you just confirm what you said, Cheyenne, about the ADU, HLC's ADU draft guidelines? I know the deadline for submission is on the 10th, and we wouldn't have another meeting before the 10th. Was the thought that we could discuss anything that we would want to put in a letter, and then Cheyenne could write the letter, and we could authorize Meredith to sign on our behalf as long as it's the content of which we discussed tonight? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes,
Okay.
just so we can take what's discussed, put it in a letter, and get it all ready to go.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to confirm.
So we'll talk about everyone's comments and what's been submitted, because that will be the,
Okay.
the majority of it. And and that's what Nick sort of recommended, so we wouldn't have to schedule another meeting.
Right, okay. Well, that got us to 7:10 now.
Now we're at 7:10, so perfect. So now we can begin our public hearing for 10 Bassett Street site plan modification. If you'd like to join us here at the table.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Good to see everybody.
Welcome back.
And this is a new application for those who are following. 10 Bassett Street had withdrawn, and now they've come back with an amended plan that we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. We have made some adjustments, obviously, and they were certainly called for, and we appreciate your input from previous times, and would like you to consider what we have. And I just want to give a broad outline. So some of the things that are important, the plan is to close off the rear parking lot after 8 p.m. All parking lot lights in the rear will go off after 8 p.m. My clients will block off Antwerp Street entrance and exit after 8 p.m. We will close off parking spaces after 8 p.m. Trash recycling will be held in the building after 7 p.m. and it's to be disposed of in a compacted dumpster after 8 a.m. the following day. So as I understand it, the dumpster that's in the property now it gets emptied about once every 6 days, I believe.
No, well, the new compactor is once every 2 weeks roughly.
Once every 2 weeks. So there's not a lot of traffic being generated by that. Security will monitor the parking lot until after the restaurant closes. My client intends to install odor control systems for both the Fruit Center commercial kitchen and the Marbella kitchen. My clients are looking to add 3 ear-made systems for the commercial kitchens that are involved in the property. We're waiting for an engineer plan to move forward. My client will hire an acoustics consultant to measure noise volume baseline. I think he's already consulted with a few of them, and he's trying to engage one right now so that that person could get on board. My client has extended the walkway at the bottom of the exterior stairway to provide a wider landing and a throughway. That was completed on 11/14. I think it extended the base area a little bit further than it was, a few feet further. If the windows in the new space are open at all, they'll be closed by 7 p.m. Absolutely, no question about it. My clients have modified the plan and shrunk the bar size down to 16 seats. With that, my clients have added more tables in the new space. My client proposes a 10 p.m. close 7 days a week. The last seating will be at 8 p.m. every night. So if you haven't ordered food by 8 p.m., you can't. And the entire place will be closed by 10 p.m. The restaurant will open early every day to provide breakfast, coffees, and pastries to try to give some benefit to the citizens out there that like the idea of having a breakfast place. So those are some of the things that we've discussed that we thought would help. And basically, on the seating capacity, we have 99 seats. The prior restaurant, The Plate, was approved for 68 seats, as we know, and that did not include the outdoor seating area that later became enclosed and heated, and they certainly had access to the outdoor area, which became enclosed. The new tenant would require 51 seats where The Plate restaurant had been located, and 48 seats would be located in the enclosed area to arrive at 99 seats in total. There would be, in the inside, I call it the inside area, but it's the traditional area where the restaurant was, there would be 19 seats at the pizzeria, and then 32 seats for the tables in that area. And then if we look at the what you'd call the bar area, I guess, you'd have 16 seats at the bar area, and then 32 seats altogether at 16 tables in that same area. So obviously, there's more seating than there was before, but certainly it's not unreasonable. The restaurant that's being proposed is geared towards a dinner crowd. It's very similar to Abbey Park and Navara, being operated and managed by Van Welsh. The prior tenant, The Plate, was more geared towards breakfast and lunch. Now, my clients want to have the restaurant have a breakfast area. They don't know how successful it might be, but they're certainly going to try it. The Plate ran a very good restaurant, but it was busiest when the rest of the building was also very busy at 11 to 2 p.m. each day. The restaurant would propose opening every day somewhere between 8 and 9 a.m. They haven't really figured that out yet, but it would be open in the morning so that people could come in and have breakfast and pastries and whatever they need. As a result, there'd be less need and demand for parking, and the increased traffic flow caused by the proposed new restaurant will be after the shops on the second floor of the building are closed, which is somewhere in the range of 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., depending upon which business it is. Also, the Fruit Center, as we know, closes at 7 p.m. When the parking traffic demands for the Fruit Center are highest during the day hours, the restaurant will be the quietest, my client believes. At 7 p.m., the Fruit Center will be closed, and the traffic parking demand will be obviously less. As such, the owner does not see that traffic and parking would be adversely impacted by the proposed restaurant. It is estimated by my client that 75 to 80% of all restaurant business incurs after 6 p.m. when the stores have closed, and the Fruit Center business day is winding down at that point and closing at 7 p.m. at night. We talked about the dumpster. The dumpster would be emptied, I guess, every 14 days or thereabouts, and it would prevent a lot of traffic from coming in and out of there and a lot of noise. By law, the owner is required to compost all organic material. They have 14 compost barrels in the back lot with attached lids. They close very tightly after material is placed in them. These materials are picked up 2 times per week. The prior tenants, The Plate, also put their organic materials into the compost barrels, and the new restaurant would do the same. All hot recycled materials, plastic, aluminum, glass, would go into a smaller dumpster next to the compactor. The dumpster is emptied once a week. The Plate would put all their hard plastic into the same container. The new proposed restaurant would do the same. All cardboard paper goes into a separate compactor attached to the building. All tenants in the building dispose of their cardboard in a similar fashion. This container is picked up and recycled every 6 days. Trash recycling will be held in the building after 7 p.m. and will be disposed of the following day. There'd be no changes to the lighting. Obviously, the lights are going to be shut down in the rear area, as we've discussed. Landscaping, there's no changes to landscaping. As far as air conditioning is concerned, the owners have a new mini split unit installed in the new space in the second floor deck area. It is extremely efficient, and it's very quiet. The Fruit Center's delivery schedule will not change. They do not receive deliveries in the back parking lot before 8 a.m. or after 6 p.m. They have 2 dock doors out back for most deliveries and 2 spots in the loading zone in front of their building. The prior tenant, The Plate, used a number of vendors that the Fruit Center do not use, but they followed the same guidelines while they were there. The newly proposed restaurant will be using many of the same vendors for the deliveries as the Fruit Center uses. The impact to the neighbors from the restaurant, obviously that's a concern for everybody. But my client would suggest that there should be minimal, if any, impact upon the neighbors. The restaurant will have 7 to 10 employees over the lunchtime time period and 10 to 15 over the dinner area. The hours of operation will be anywhere from 8 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, and the whole place would be closed at that point. Breakfast would be available, like we said, somewhere between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. until about 11, and we'd have lunch from Monday through Fridays, 11 to 3, dinner Sunday through Thursday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m., and dinner on Friday and Saturday would be like all the other days. It would be 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. No takeout will be offered to customers, but no catering from this location will be considered. As we talked before, there's no live music that's going to be allowed. There'll be a soft sound system to provide ambient music conducive to the dining experience. We talked about the stairs and how they've been extended, so I don't need to repeat that. Security on behalf of the Milton Marketplace will be monitoring the parking lot until the restaurant closes and all customers have left the restaurant and the parking lot area. Proposed changes to plan for the new exterior seating area. Again, the bar seats will be reduced to 16 and tables to 32 in that enclosed area. Odor control, which was brought up as a major concern before, my client has looked into adding 3 air-made systems to their commercial kitchens that are located within the building. Noise volume, my client is hiring an acoustics consultant to measure the noise volume baseline to make sure that the noise level from the enclosed seating area and the second floor deck area are kept low at all times. If there's additional noise concerns, such as the windows in the new space being open, it would be minimal due to the air conditioning system, and the windows would be closed at 7 p.m. to avoid the chance of any additional noise. So, I mean, that's what I have to present. I know you have a lot of questions, and we're certainly here to answer them.
Great, thank you so much. Comments or questions from the board? And just to be clear, I just want to reiterate. So the only thing that's different from the last time that you came is that you reduced the number of bar stools, but the bar is the exact same size.
Yes.
You've not reduced physically the bar, the bar size, but you've reduced the number of bar stools.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And that's the only change that was made
That's the
from the
only change
previous.
in that area.
There were hours changes
Yeah, hard
An
close
hours.
at 10, the way I understand it.
and,
Yeah,
and
then also
opening
breakfast.
earlier.
Good. I just wanted to make sure we were.
So there's three main things: the breakfast, the closing time, and then the seats at the bar.
Okay.
So while we're on the hours, when you say the whole place is closed at 10,
Yes.
how many employees are still in there and when do you expect them to leave? They're not going to leave at 10, right?
They probably wouldn't leave at 10, no. I don't know how many employees, but not many by the end of the night, I would
It kind of
guess.
winds down, according
Yeah.
to my understanding, it winds down to maybe 5 employees at that point.
Great. So you think they're out of there at 10:30 or starting their cars at 11?
I
Like
can't imagine they'll be out of there any
Yeah.
later than 10:30.
I think
later
it's
than
going to,
10:30?
I wouldn't think.
I think it's going to wind down to 10 o'clock, and they're probably out of there by 10:30.
Do we have Vance with us tonight?
We don't.
We don't,
Actually
okay.
had his
Okay.
company Christmas party tonight, so.
Okay, I didn't know if he
Yeah.
was on Zoom. I just want to make sure we wanted to acknowledge him.
And then the air-made systems, which I read the literature, thank you, I really like those. You're going to put
So
Two
actually,
at the fruit
there's
center?
actually be 4 total.
Yeah, there you go.
So we actually had, this has got delayed a little bit. The plan originally was for us to install our own systems first. And then, assuming if the restaurant went through, we'd add 2 systems to the new restaurant. The first installer had to bail on us. We had another project to attend to, so he was going to be able to install our systems till the spring, so we had to find a new installer, engineer, et cetera. So we've just gone through this whole process now with them. So things look good. He's ready to go. He just has to order the equipment, which he'll hopefully do this week. But what it comes down to, 2 systems for our kitchen and 2 systems for the Marbella kitchen.
Great, great.
So I just sort of, sorry. I have a-
Can I ask a question on this topic?
yeah,
Unless,
yeah,
are you
yeah.
on this
Nope,
topic?
nope.
That I think is good. You know, it's at a meeting some time ago, it was a question that I asked Vance when he was presenting, what they were doing to mitigate odors. So you're adding 2 systems. Has anyone ever complained to you about the odors?
They have,
They have?
yeah.
Of your operation?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And
Yeah,
we heard testimony and received emails, I
Yeah,
think, about
it's
that.
something we have to do regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a direction we're moving in.
Okay, okay.
I mean, the problem is you can't tell. I mean, some odors are distinctive, but you can't tell if they're all coming from your area, which I don't think they are. But I think you're doing a great job putting your two in. Do they require, I mean, I couldn't see any like filters or anything on the spec. Is there any kind of maintenance schedule you're going to put these things on?
Yes, and that's the biggest thing with these things, according to the installer, that most people don't maintain them properly. So over time, they don't work so well. So, and of course, the company that sells them offers a maintenance program and et cetera. There's no filters. It's not a filter system.
Yeah, I noticed it's ozone or
Yeah,
something,
it's,
which is really
it's,
neat.
and the guy that's actually installing now is the guy who did them at Wahlburgers and those places, which is great. A lot of experience with the system, so it's super. So obviously, we'll get on the maintenance program to make sure these things are maintained properly. You'll know, well, he said would know pretty quickly if we're not maintaining them properly. I'm sure the neighbors would too.
Good. I'm sure it's going to come up at future
Yeah,
hearings, so, yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just have like a process question. So when we were here at this point in time, I had questions about sort of the process and if really they should be at the planning board at this point in time. Because my understanding is when we approved the enclosure back in February of 2023, all we did was approve to enclose the patio area and with one line that says the patio is currently used as seating for various businesses within the building. So back in 2023, the applicant was before the planning board for site plan approval to enclose the patio. They were also in front of ZBA at the same time, or right after us, to amend their special permit. And part of their amending their special permit was for us to approve the site plan approval. So if you look at what the ZBA approved, they approved the enclosure as well for general and intermittent seating for the various businesses located in Milton Marketplace. And they determined that this change of the enclosure and the intermittent seating for various businesses would not have a more detrimental effect to the surrounding area than what currently exists. So I think the only thing that really we should be concerned about is just the highlighted yellow area, which is the space that we approved back in 2023. It doesn't matter what is going on for the rest of the place, because that has nothing to do with what we approved.
Correct.
Correct? So back in 2023, the process was, it was a parallel process with planning board and ZBA. ZBA wanted us to rule first, and we did, and then it went to them. So I kind of feel like the reverse has to happen now, that they have to go to the ZBA to get their approval for a change of use. So the change of use, the ZBA approved this yellow area only for public intermittent seating. So I think they need to go to the ZBA and apply for a change of use. And they do the hours, we don't do any hours. So I think at this point in time, they need to go to the ZBA first and then come to us. So it was reverse of what happened in 2023. And if you go back to their 2018 permit from the ZBA, that's when they talk about the smells. And so in the 2018 ZBA, they're required to ensure that food smells from its preparation space shall not adversely impact the neighborhood. So the ZBA already has control of that. Like, we don't have control of that.
So one thing I would say is as we've said before, in these pre-existing non-conforming situations where what's triggering the site plan approval is a physical change, so we can look at the physical change, and we looked at that stair, and then, later we found out about the internal plans, and we actually said, look, we asked about that stair. Did you really not have other plans? And we asked them to come to us. So whether they have to go to the ZBA or not, I think that we still ask them to come to us about their plan. And one thing I would say about it is, we are, in our site plan approvals, we have certain things to look at, right? And that has to do with the impacts, which would be the access, so the ingress and egress from the property, noise, traffic, odor, deliveries, and site lighting, right? So what the bar size actually is not really in the site plan approval purview, if you will, because it's more internal to the layout of the restaurant. And I do think that they should go to the ZBA about that, but I don't think that we should say, well, you have to go do that first. They've applied to us under the site plan approval for the renovation, of a business, in part because we asked them to, because we were getting kind of piecemeal, what we felt were kind of piecemeal applications. They may not see it that way, but we've had this conversation, but that was the way that we kind of saw it, I think, because of the changes, the way they came, and in particular the stair, which was, I do think, just on that point about the stair and the change made at the walkway at the bottom of the stair on the exterior is much improved now. And so I thank you for making that regardless of this new application. One thing that we talked about, though, with the hours of operation is it impacts the noise, it impacts the deliveries, it impacts the odors. And so we can say something over to the ZBA about the hours that whatever we think about those impacts are, that we do have some purview over, right? So that's the way I see in terms of process, Maggie.
To what I think Maggie's maybe alluding to is in the change of use. So having a bar, a significant, massive bar in this other space dictates what I see is it could be a real different scenario of the impact to the neighbors and the impact to the store owners that are in the hallway, which I consider is going to have a detrimental effect. One of the things that you said is it's primary and evening dinner business, not really lunch and breakfast the way the plate was. That's going to kill the businesses upstairs if this is an evening business and there is not foot traffic drawn. We've already lost 2 retailers upstairs. I think Milton can't afford to lose more, so I'm considering that. And what the difference of a bar area, and I'm all for having dinner at a bar, sitting down, and I'm curious to see what the ZBA does say about this. But it's very different that you don't have to necessarily be seated at a bar. So although you've reduced it to 16 bar stools, you don't have to. Many people gather around a bar. They stand in groups. They order their drinks. Your occupancy is 170 in these 2 spaces. So you can have, even though you don't have the seats and you're saying it's a 99-seat restaurant, you can have a lot more people and a lot more people gathered in that bar area because they're not sitting down and they're not required to sit down. They can sit down if they like, but a lot of places when, there's something going on and, you've talked about a TV, I think this is, when you look at what your original permit dictates, it's for a restaurant. And I think this is a real extreme change of use. I don't think the ZBA, have you reached out to them at all yet?
We filed with the ZBA.
You filed with the ZBA, okay, good.
$10.
What about your commercial cooking? I don't think they know that you have a commercial kitchen.
So they have to, because we're permitted and we're licensed and we're inspected every year. They have to know that we have a.
That's through the building
a commercial
department.
kitchen. So.
It's not the ZBA.
How do we get permission to have a kitchen without being, how does that
Because
process
you went to the
work?
building department, but you didn't have your permit amended.
Okay. So we do have obviously an appointment with them scheduled.
And we talked about the security, which obviously no one expects you to have 24-hour, security, but that should be amended. You're not supposed to be selling things outside. This is not what we're here. This has nothing to do with us, but these are permit issues, and this is maybe getting a sense of the direction that they would like to go. I agree that they don't have to finalize, but the difference in the way I view this just being an extension of a restaurant, the capacity for the impact to the neighbors and to the businesses next door and down the hallway are significant. And I don't think, without knowing with the ZBA, if they think this is fine, I would look to them, and then I would feel comfortable with us approving a site plan approval. But they may make changes, they may ask you to make changes that we don't know about, and that I don't feel are really within our jurisdiction, which is sort of what you were saying as well. I don't think that's.
We did address security with the ZBA application.
Okay.
We have.
Can I just say, I'm not sure where you came with your 170 people. I know.
Their architectural renderings. Find it for you.
Okay, because I was looking at the 99 seats, because, there's a building code calculation for occupancy, but there also, if your permit is for 99, then it's a posted occupancy, in which is enforced by either the building department or public safety, like fire. So, they haven't.
This is the required secondary exit doorway.
So they have to do that. I think that has to show that the whole entirety of the second floor, that there's egress capacity.
Correct, that's just the whole second floor.
That's the entirety, that the exits have to have capacity for the whole second floor. But it can be, and the way it's calculated by the building code for standing area, it would be higher than the seated area, but it all comes back to also what's posted, and the fire official also has a say in what's posted. But if they're permitted for the 99, doesn't matter that the building code would allow them more, they'd have to post it for 99, and they'd have to enforce it. So I just wanted to be clear about that regard. I had missed that note, but.
Yeah, it's in the means of egress, path of travel.
So I think
which I would want to get
I think we would want to give the ZBA some sense and some thoughts about, we're the ones who've had conversations with them about, the odor control, about the noise, about the access, about the hours of the parking lot, all of those things. And so I think we would want to give the ZBA our thoughts about whether they're being adequately addressed. So it gives them some guidance. One of the things I think that about the hours, and whether this falls 100% into what I just said, but has been a concern, is because we even heard from the owners on the second floor, or the business owners rather, on the second floor, is the foot traffic is really important to them, that they used to get with the plate. And that's one of the things here that's been changed, is the hours. But I'm a little confused because in reading the document, I highlighted where hours were discussed, and they seem to be different in different places. So like in number 1, right at the outset of the application, it talks about the premises The new restaurant being open 7 days a week from 6:30 till 10 p.m. And then later it says other times, but one of the first things I want to ask is, are the stores on the second floor open 7 days a week?
They're not now. So Lindsay right now in the queue is open 5 days a week. But her intent is to open 7 days a week. They all want to be open 7 days a week, but they've had a quiet season, or at least they did prior to the holidays.
Right.
So she closed 2 days. But they're eagerly anticipating and hoping for a restaurant up there. They love this plan, love this idea. They think it'll stimulate their business as well. And they're all hoping to be open 7 days a week. Sorry, go ahead.
It just was on the hours, if I can, or did you
So
want to
they
elaborate on
they
that?
open
Go
at
ahead.
10, and it depends on the night, usually 5 or 6 o'clock.
Okay.
But they both expressed interest in opening later on certain nights a week as well, once there's a restaurant in place.
So in the restaurant business, is Monday a busy day of the week?
Typically, no.
Right. So oftentimes places will close on Sundays and Mondays if they've been open on Saturdays. I'm just thinking still about the intensity of use on the property, and when you can get the most business for the existing business and the restaurant, right?
Sure.
And I know there's some synergy between the marketplace as well, right? So we talk about those businesses, but it's all of the businesses, right? CVS probably has its own dynamic, but because I understand from you that there's also, people might be going to shop, they might be going to eat, but then they also might grab the groceries, right? So, but if there's times at which if 7 days a week is still kind of for the hours, too much, maybe there's, rather than cutting back the hours in the day, maybe there's the days in the week that could be considered. Because if we're starting at 6:30 and ending at 10, that's a long day.
So we probably wouldn't start at 6:30. I'm not
Okay.
sure why that's in that permit, but we talked about 8, 9 o'clock-ish.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry.
It's actually in there because the plate asked for it
Okay.
in
So
2014,
that's what they're
I
allowed,
believe.
that's what they're allowed to be open,
Yes.
is at 6:30, but
Right.
and they did that for a very short period of time.
Yeah,
and
because they were
realized-
never open that early.
Yeah, I realized it didn't work, so they pushed it to,
Well, at least I don't remember them being.
And that's why
open.
they would have no desire to open up at 6:30.
So your intent then would be to revise this and to have it be an 8 or 9 o'clock opening?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the hours that it doesn't really extend the days so much, because the original intent was, hope was to be open till midnight, and they've just shifted, 11 to 12, now it's, 8 to 10. So it doesn't extend the day so much for them.
Okay.
There is a reference to midnight somewhere in that permit, too.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
think we
the
just
hours
would
are
need.
funky,
Yeah, it's,
some of these documents.
Yeah, so this app, I'm looking at the application that had that. And then I was wondering if you thought before that the busiest time of day for the plate was from 11 to 2. If you think that by extending the hours that Marbella would find a busy time at that same time? Or
So-
do they still think it's going to be evening?
well, that was kind of, that statement Mike had made was kind of prior to us introducing the breakfast component. So I suspect, listen, with Steel and Rye, they've obviously captured an audience there for breakfast.
Very successful.
Yeah.
There's no reason we couldn't capture a portion of that, or a significant amount of people to do the same thing, and attract a similar type of person earlier in the day, and certainly over, earlier, but also over lunch and of course dinner.
So and the parking that you had, the situation when the plate was open, did you have problems with any, not having enough capacity for the parking when this business, everybody was busy? I'm sure holiday or special
Yeah,
days are
the only
different,
time
but-
there are really issues are the major holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and sometimes Easter. But by and large, there's adequate for everyone.
And during those times, you get a police detail, right, and directing traffic. We're doing the best you can.
Yeah,
Yes,
normally,
very
yeah, so we used to try to get the police detailed and no one would fill them. So we just put our own guys in the lot, basically.
Yes, security people.
Yeah, exactly.
And they do a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah. occasionally
So I
cars.
just don't want to waste time. If my feelings are they shouldn't be here, then I don't want to waste time going through all the hours, because I don't think we should have a say in it. So I personally won't have a say. I'm just laying it out now.
We have a responsibility.
I
They filed an
understand.
application under site plan approval.
Correct.
So we can't just say we don't want to review it.
Yep, and I am ready to talk about this yellow right here. That is what we approved. And maybe I'm
That's what's
missing
being
it.
amended.
Yeah,
No, that's
maybe
what's
I
being-
missed it and I'm not understanding it. But that's what we approved and that's what they're amending. And I'm trying to stay very, very focused and not get distracted by everything else.
It says an application for modification, amendment, or rescission. So they can amend it to beyond that area, even though that was the area, that was the focus of the original. Because what else, the stair is not a part of that originally, and the stair was an amendment to that. So I think you're taking it,
Very
my
literally.
opinion, very,
I am.
in a literal way that is inconsistent with how it's been, I think these amendments have been done before, and modifications have been
Do you
done
have a
before.
date for when you, I know you filed with the ZBA. I think they've been trying to catch up and, you know, they've had, they've added some
Give me a date of
things.
February 3rd.
February 3rd, okay. So not too,
And I did call the ZBA office today, and they confirmed it was February 3rd, and the application is for only an expansion of hours. And so I had asked them if it was for
change of use.
a change of use, and they said no, and their concern was they're writing the legal ad, so if it is going to be a change of use application from them, then you have to let them know. So, you know, that's why I said I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding, but I looked at exactly what you said, Cheryl. You know, it says it's a modification of a site plan approval, and what we approved, I went back to read the site plan that we approved, and all it was for the enclosure, which we all agree, we think it's a great space. I think, you know, it was a 5-0, we support it, but it's the change of uses for the seating for various businesses within the building. So
Was that the 2000
23, February 2023.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, that's why we said that they needed to come back
And
to
so
us
then they
because
came,
of that.
Yep, so then they came back because of all the questions, and they came back, and we sat through it, and then they withdrew the application. And this is the first hearing on this application, and when we received this application, I was surprised that we received this application, because I thought we ended it saying, go to the ZBA. That's the way I thought. We said, go to the ZBA and get your permits, you know, straightened out.
So the way, you know, one way, I mean, we could, maybe Meredith could speak to the chair of the ZBA, but if our paths aren't concurrent, we can either extend or make our approval contingent upon the use of being approved at the ZBA. Or, you know, what we've done in the past is have these parallel paths.
That's what I thought we were
Yes.
going to be
Yeah.
doing.
And
Yeah.
so if they're on February 3rd, that's only, you know, we have one more meeting before February 3rd, and that's it, right? So it's not as if there's a ton of time in between them. I would like to give some information to the ZBA about, you know, what we've heard are the concerns and how they're being addressed, and whether we think there's adequately being addressed, and give that feedback to the ZBA. So that's what we've done before. We've given each other feedback. They're going to want to hear from us, and we're going to want to hear from them. But there's no reason to sit on what we've already done and what they've already changed until the ZBA hears it. And we should, and if part of what we want to say to the ZBA is we think that this use is, a change, then you should look at that. If not just the hours, but it's the
I
intensity.
think that's what we did say at our last, before they withdrew. We did say we do think this is a significant use, and we would like that to be addressed with the ZBA. So it's disappointing that you're not, in your application, looking at that.
So to me, it's like the hours are the significant part of the intensity of use, because what we talked about, what we heard about from folks was the plate was, at least at the time that it closed, its hours of operation were limited and its days of the week were far more limited than this application. So we're going from what was it, like 8 to 2, 5 days a week?
They were allowed to be open.
Yeah, so they were approved from 6:30 a.m. till 9 p.m., 7 days a week.
Not to.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there isn't, ultimately, we're looking for another hour. But getting back to that last meeting, I distinctly remember Tim saying that the ZBA would be looking for the planning board for guidance.
Right.
So to Cheryl's point, the planning board hopefully will give them a direction or make some decisions so that contingents on what the ZBA will do, but they would be looking to the planning board for that guidance.
That's what I heard from Tim.
And then from
we
here,
miss
from,
And it
and then
goes
from
both
here,
ways,
yeah,
yes.
and then from here would go to the ZBA based on what the planning board had to say.
And since I filed around the same time, I would have gladly filed for the other part of this, but
I think you should read through the original permit and the amendments and
Yeah.
be really clear about everything that is happening that was not amended when you're there. I think that would just be a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I think part of it also was, and I don't have it in front of me right now, was that the upstairs level, except for the restaurant, was supposed to be all retail. And it is not anymore. It had been more, there was a lot more retail when I first started shopping there.
Yeah, there were more options back in the day. It's a different time.
Well, one's now a gift wrapping room, and
Yeah.
one's a commercial kitchen.
Yeah.
Earthly Possessions was beloved in the town. I don't know what happened with that. The yarn store, the knitting store, was a beloved shop, which fed foot traffic upstairs. It wasn't a
So one
probably
thing,
big business, but these are retail, and we're slowly seeing these, and this is why I'm concerned about the effect that this will have on the impact of the really the only two shops left. The frame shop is wonderful, and I use them, but the two that are open on a regular basis,
so let's
concerned about.
well, the
Let's be-
intent would be to try to get them some people coming in there, and that's
Right,
the
right.
whole thought process.
And whether times have changed or not, I mean, a change of use is a change of use.
Agreed.
Gotta go get permission.
Sure.
I think is what I'm hearing.
Sure.
And one thing I would just say in terms of the businesses, as much as we all would like to see certain kinds of businesses, we can't say no nail shops, no hair salons, and the kinds of things that we see pop up for retail. I think one of the things that we should think about is learn from our retailers who do operate here and what they're learning and what they're hearing. Like they're learning and we're learning that those retailers on the second floor need foot traffic upstairs. And we know there's synergy between having a small local grocer and having other uses there.
Yeah.
And so we need to be mindful that we want to help keep those businesses
Yeah.
successful. And this is part of that process. So I think, we need to bear that in mind as we think about these changes.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think our board, and for that matter, any board in town, should do everything we can in our power to make a business have the best opportunity for success possible. That's a responsibility I feel like we have as officials, any public official in town. And something you said earlier, Michael, I think would really bother me if I was a business owner that I received permission from a building department. I would expect that is the last line of permitting I need to receive. And if a building department in any town allows an applicant to have a permit, it should be their responsibility to make sure that they are authorized to allow you to have a permit. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
that to me, there's something really wonky that went on back then. So I feel for you as a as somebody who received one, that then would hear later that, geez, you shouldn't have had one. That doesn't seem right to me. Our building department, or any building department in any town, needs to make sure that they are positioned to authorize a permit to be issued for whatever the business is. So maybe we have some issues within the town that we need to fix. But I do have a few questions that I think are planning board questions, and I'd like to ask if I could.
Yes.
And these are related to operating and so forth. With regard to parking, you just explain a little bit more in detail of how the parking is going to be restricted. My first few questions are related to the neighbors. So, and I consider the neighbors anybody that's a resident that's abutting your property. So can you be specific again for me about what you're going to change in terms of parking? Right now, you can go down alongside and, around the, I guess, the northerly end of the parking lot. Is it northerly? I think it is, yeah. You're going to block?
So in relation to the building, the back parking lot, which is, if you pass the main entrance,
Yeah.
and you were to
Actually, I
keep
have a
going straight,
plan.
yeah, a map would be great if you have one. Would you mind if I came up and pointed out?
There you go. Right. You can slide it down here between the two of you.
There it is.
Yeah.
Get in there.
So, what we talked about?
This.
Where's the building? So this is the back parking lot here, this is the main building. So the idea would be to block this section off, so no cars can go down here after 7.
Okay.
We close at 7 anyway.
And how do you block it off?
So we block it off now every day. After we close, we put the sawhorses there, because we're not allowed to have trucks back there before 8 a.m. So we can put 2 sawhorses there or whatnot. But this is obviously the most impactful to the neighbors. Because as you can see, this horseshoe is where all the neighbors are. So if there's no cars back here after 7 o'clock, obviously we minimize disruption back here. The other proposal we had was to just eliminate these spots after 7 o'clock as well. Because again, there's a house right here, and then there's, of course, some houses right here. And the idea would to leave everything else open, which is up here and away from the properties around here. So that we thought might, of course, help. And then we talked about the lighting. We could have those lights on a timer go off at 8 o'clock every night as well, too.
And now what time do the lights go off?
10.
Okay.
Only because CVS is open till 10. So their employees are back there typically after 10 o'clock.
Okay.
But we talked about the idea of having the Marbella employees park up top here, and then having the CVS employees, there's usually only 1 or 2, move their cars after we close, so there's no cars in the back parking lot.
Okay. And what hours are you allowed to park in this parking lot right now?
So when the building's open, as long as the building's open. There's no restriction on
Which
hours
is?
of
Which is?
parking. I think the building technically 9 o'clock, but CVS does stay open till 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And it has for years.
Okay. Okay. So the parking should be an improvement to all the neighbors,
I would
that
think
restriction on the
even-
parking.
Yeah.
Is it used? I mean, would a neighbor say, it doesn't really matter, nobody parks down there anyway?
Well, so after 7 o'clock, there's probably 3 cars back there, because again, it's just CVS.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't say that, 7:30, because we don't leave till about 7:30.
So we can also, we did this calculation earlier, if you use our zoning code for the number of parking spaces, for the square footage of commercial, they have more than what's required. So turning that off, they'd still meet the parking requirements, or closing this off, they still meet the parking requirements in the zoning with the front section.
So I have a question. A neighbor, I'm sorry? No, actually, because it would be, this is really good, yeah, on this. So this morning, an 18-wheeler was coming down Antwerp Street and hit a telephone wire.
Yeah, I actually watched it happen.
So, okay, so I don't,
I called Paul Alonso, whose house the wire ended up in front of.
okay, so we're seeing, and this is nothing you can control, but more 18-wheelers, but then turned into the fruits, took the wire down and then came in because they're not wanting to use Bassett Street.
Yeah.
So how is that preventable from having 18-wheelers going down Antwerp Street?
So it wasn't an 18-wheeler, it was a
Big-
trailer truck, but it wasn't.
A trailer truck, okay.
Listen, I'm all in favor of getting the trucks off the streets. I think the only way to do that is town enforcement. And I don't know if the town can just have no trucks, but these guys are gonna go wherever waste takes them ultimately.
Right.
And so are the rest of us. And it used to be back in the day, we could talk to drivers because they're the same driver.
Right.
Week in and week out, day in and day out. Every week we get a different driver. half the time they don't speak English. So it's really hard to monitor and
Yeah.
control that.
Yeah.
I think that's where the town has to get involved and put restrictions on the streets in the neighborhoods around the square. I think that's the only way to minimize or stop that kind of traffic.
So it wasn't one of the fruit center trucks, it was another delivery
It was a-
truck?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
some freight truck, I don't even know what he was delivering.
Okay.
I actually thought he was delivering to the funeral home, because after he hit the wire, he went around the block and parked in
Oh,
front of the
maybe,
funeral home.
yeah.
That's when I approached him, and then after that, I saw him in the back parking lot. So I don't
Okay.
know- I don't know what
Okay.
he was doing.
All right, that's,
I got a second question, and
Yeah.
please stay. And then I have a third, and I have a fourth. These residents that abut your property are people that we care about.
Right.
You invited me to come down to walk the property, which I did. And when we were together, I had said to you at that time, what would matter to me as a member of the board is the opinion of these folks.
Yes.
So what today could you tell us that you've heard with respect to what you're proposing now and opinions of the neighbors?
So the biggest concern and the only concern that I hear about from Franklin Street is odor. I don't hear noise, traffic, cars, trucks. The only thing I hear concerns about is odors. And there's probably 3 people that I hear from every so often. So that is the biggest concern, I believe, on Franklin Street. And obviously one we're going to address one way or the other. But also, too, as Jim pointed out earlier, it's not all us. You know, we can even smell stuff in and around the parking lot. Our kitchen's not even open. So there's obviously an odor issue in general, but we'll certainly do everything in our power to minimize our impact.
When a neighbor has an issue, how do you learn of it? Do they contact you directly?
So most of them have my email, or they just come to it. So, yeah.
Okay. And are you saying that the only complaints that the neighbors have is odor
The only complaints,
currently, of the current operation?
correct, and frankly, actually, the only complaints, we rarely get complaints.
Yeah.
I can't think of the last non-odor complaint.
Mike, you need I've got a message from Julia. Why don't you take mine for now?
It's probably closer to me.
sorry, yeah, that you can, just talking about that.
So, in general, I think we have a really good, sorry.
Yeah.
I think in general, we have a really good relationship with our neighbors. And like I said, when they have an issue, they can contact me directly, which they do. So,
There was a letter that we had received today of support from Anne Marie Fagan. I think that just came to us today, but you guys probably saw that as well, which is a good sign, I suppose.
yeah. And Anne Marie's one of the closest house. She lives
Yeah.
right there.
Oh, is that right?
So-
I have a question in regard, and if you don't mind staying here. This, I think we'd all consider as a common corridor.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
How does a restaurant operate? And I know you're not the operator of the restaurant, but that common corridor is yours. I
Yes.
assume you're not renting the corridor because you
No,
can't.
correct.
So you're renting this space over here.
Yes.
And you're renting this space over here.
Yes.
How does a restaurant function with a common corridor? Are the customers in the restaurant crossing the common corridor? Because if the businesses decide to stay open later, you've got like a commingling of people, right?
Quite frankly, that's the whole idea.
Okay.
Energy, excitement, commingling, people, atmosphere, liveliness, that's the whole idea.
So I'm going to ask an operational question.
Sure.
You can have a drink if you're in the bar area.
Yeah.
You're probably not supposed to be drinking in the common corridor.
No, they wouldn't be drinking in the corridor.
Okay.
That would have to be policed. So obviously, they'd have to be in one of those 2 areas.
Okay.
What about bathroom use? Because if I'm having drinks at the bar, I'm probably going to use the ladies' room.
Yes.
And I'm probably not going to walk through the hallway up through the new restaurant to the
Right.
far corner.
Sure.
I'm going to use the hallway.
Correct.
Bathrooms, which are also shared with the businesses.
Yes.
So that's, you don't think that's going to be an issue?
No.
You've got children coming from, buying Christmas presents, coming down using the hallway, and you're waiting in line with people and
I don't know
hanging out at the bar.
how that would be any different than when the plate was there, in terms of access or
Clearly,
travel
there's a
or
lot
whatnot.
more, planning for a lot more consumption of alcohol based on the size of the bar. Requirement, that it's required to be that large because of the storage of kegs and alcohol.
I don't see
And
it as
young
a problem.
girls and young teenage girls shopping next door.
I don't see a concern or a problem. I don't.
So my concern was just the number of bathrooms. So I Googled, what the requirement is for number of bathrooms in a restaurant, but I couldn't really find anything. But plumbing code came up, and it was something like for every 40 people, you needed a bathroom. So you would need, I know you're sharing, but I don't know if those two shared in the hallway is enough for everybody all the customers in all the other businesses and the staff and everybody in the restaurant. As I think I said before, I do feel like
All I can
bathrooms
say
are,
is it meets code, and that's what the code
so
says.
two bathrooms?
So there's actually 4. There's 2 in the old plate space and 2 in the
Two
hallway.
in the hallway,
Yeah.
yeah. But the 2 in the hallway are not designated for the, solely for the restaurant.
Correct.
But they're probably
They're for
also
any
not
shoppers.
required for retail spaces either.
No, they're not.
You don't need it, you don't have to
No.
provide bathrooms for
Obviously,
retail.
it's a convenience
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
whatnot, but not a requirement.
I have an opinion on, and I know, and I happened to say this to Michael when I met with him. I know there's some conversation that we've had about the bar. And as I look at that plan, I guess just in full disclosure, my company, we build a lot of restaurants. There is not much space in this area for people to stand. I mean, realistically, you cannot serve these tables with a person standing behind any of those stools. It's just not possible. So,
It's a real question of whether you have the clearances for the capacity that's shown.
Yeah.
That'll be a question that comes up in the process. And it may be that the building official doesn't even allow the 99 with this bar arrangement, because you have to have accessibility.
I agree.
But that's not for us to.
It isn't,
Yeah.
but it's been tabled here,
Yeah.
the concern
Yeah.
about the bar, and I feel like for any of the public that's listening, I at least want to express my thoughts. So I don't see this as an area where it's,
Yeah, so I'm just going to repeat that.
Sorry, yeah, that's good.
Sorry, Sean, but just that, I know you're mentioning the bar because it's been brought up, and I mentioned that, to your point about not possibly being able to stand, I'm not even sure that what's shown will meet code for clearances, so that's all.
when you get to that stage, if you get to that stage, it's realistic, you could lose some of that seating that's in there. But the point I was trying to make is, I don't have a concern that there's a density of people surrounding the bar, because physically you'll never be able to operate if there is. And, I also, I happen to enjoy what I call high-top dining. And just because you're sitting at a bar, I just look at it differently, and Meredith and I happen to have a conversation about this, and, I know it says bar on the plan, but, this isn't the L Street Tavern. This is a restaurant that happens to have seating at a bar area. So I don't see it as, this is how I view it. I don't see it as some people might look at it. I know there's some concern with, and this will be a really good topic to get cleared up. What is allowed for seating? What is allowed for occupancy? I had a resident that called me earlier today that had a strong concern that although it says, is it 90, is it
99.
99 seating, thank you, that the occupancy number is much greater. I think that needs to be addressed, so people don't have this idea that this restaurant can pack people in well beyond the number of seats. That's a concern that a resident had, and I think that somehow needs to be answered.
Even though legally the occupancy can be a certain, we could make the occupancy lower, correct? I mean,
You can.
can we voluntarily do that?
As part of your permitting, you can make a
All right.
commitment to a threshold.
I would definitely do that, because there's no reason to have more than that in there anyway, so I would definitely do that.
My hope is that through the whole process, and whether it's us and whatever you have to do with the ZBA, we address all of the concerns that the neighbors have and, and make them comfortable that it's going to be a business that's going to operate in a way that's not going to hinder, their lives. Realistically, the addition of the precipitators for your business is probably something you should have done a long time ago.
It absolutely is.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to the neighbors, but now you're prompted to do it because you're never going to get an approval unless you do.
Nope.
But it's going to be an improvement, it's going to be an improvement that the neighbors will benefit from. I think that's the extent of the questions that I had.
I'll head back down.
That's great.
Just real quick, is that high top seating or are those
Yeah.
table seats in the bar area?
They're high-top tables.
They're all high top.
Yeah.
So, and to that point, I don't necessarily think we should have an opinion if it's a high top or a low top or a bar. Like, that is up to the restaurant, to kind of decide what seating is best for them. And if they want to get rid of a high top, if their high tops are shown in their permit, now they're stuck with high tops. And what if they have a change of a restaurant and they don't want high tops? Because I've been through that. You want to allow the owner as much flexibility as possible. So I personally am less, concerned about the placement of tables or even like the size of a bar. You could have a bar that, doesn't serve alcohol. I have a potting bar, and it's just a physical structure. So I want any business to have as much flexibility as possible. So I wouldn't want to tie them down to any particular type of seating.
Yeah, and that wasn't the reason I
Yeah.
brought that up. I brought it up because I think there's some concerns, one from a resident of what it was going to be like. And, and that was the reason I brought it up. And more than anything else, I agree with what you said earlier. I'd like to be in the planning board lane and not in somebody else's lane, and I don't have, I'm responding because a resident asked,
Yeah.
for that to be addressed. But, if it's not our lane, should
Well,
leave
and
it to who it
my
wants
feeling
to.
is, anything that we support, anything that we approve, we don't know, we're trusting Navara, the Abbey Park Group, we're trusting Mike Mignosa. We know Abbey Park was approved for a certain number of occupancy and a certain number of bar stools, and they got approved for a certain, and then they brought more in later. So we know how enforcement works, and this might not always be the Abbey Park Group, and it might not always be the Mignosas, if it were to be sold. So we're taking something, and if this was in a business district, I would think very differently about this. But I feel very responsible to the neighbors and to the businesses in this area. And it could be under a different owner, and it could be run completely different, because we know you care about your reputation. Abbey Park the group cares about the reputation. We just don't know the future. And once this is approved, this is approved. I mean, you can't pull it back once.
Again, I think you're talking about ZBA jurisdiction,
Yeah.
though, Meredith.
Yeah.
Can I just also mention, I'm looking at the plan, just so it's clear for folks who are listening. The 170 persons allowed was a calculation on a permit set that shows how much capacity is available for egress. So it's not about restaurant capacity, it's about the capacity of the stairs to get how many people. So this is showing that there's stairs have capacity for 170 people to get out. So it's more than adequate for the occupancy that's there. The way that's calculated is based on use. So Assembly has a different number of people per square foot than Business, for example. But it's the building department that will confirm that they have adequate number of toilets and that they have adequate egress capacity. And even if they have all of that and the fire chief decides he wants something else, the fire chief has another level of jurisdiction and can have it be posted for something if he doesn't feel as if if it's in the true spirit of the code. So I do think we have to be careful that we're not the only review body that takes a look at the plans. We are one piece of it, and it's a fairly limited piece. The ZBA has a piece, and the building department, potentially the fire department's going to have to look at the sprinkler system. We talked about, I think, that on the site walk. So there's lots of layers of review. I think, like I said earlier, if we think about the things, how are deliveries handled? Where is access? How is noise handled? Odors and ventilation, security site lighting. And to the extent that the hours of operation influence those things, then we could talk about that. But
Make a recommendation.
you're right. So we've talked about some things already in terms of shutting down the parking lot, controlling when waste is removed from the restaurant. You spoke a lot about the pickup of waste from the site. We didn't talk so much tonight about deliveries. We've talked about that some before. And you've told us how it's difficult, but it is something that impacts the neighborhood quite a bit, right? That component of it. So I think that's one thing we haven't talked much about, and none tonight, and that's probably something that deserves some time, whether it's tonight or another night.
The other thing I was going to just mention, and I just want to get the thoughts on the board, I've had concerns about the staircase, even though since it's gone in, and with the change of use, I was thinking, when I was approving it, thinking more of daytime use, that would be an access point or egress. Now that this is more of an evening use, I would wonder if you would consider making that an emergency exit only, which I believe they could do. Is that correct? It could be an emergency exit, so that you don't have. I was looking at when it snowed and just how when inclement weather and if somebody's not monitoring it and salting it, it could be a real liability for you. So it almost seems like it would make sense for that to be
For an egress, for an
emergency exit only.
For an emergency exit, they're required to maintain it, just so,
They still would, right. But it's not being, it's not, I feel like that is a potential to have some issues,
I've got strong feeling. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
even though it's to code, but.
I would rather not, quite frankly. I understand what you're saying, but I would rather not use it for emergency only. If it's a condition of the board, then obviously we'll abide by that, but I'd rather leave it as an egress entrance while the restaurant's open.
Well, it's a different permit. Isn't it? That's a different, we approved that under a different permit, the staircase,
Yeah,
didn't
but
we?
No, it was an
To Cheryl's
amendment.
point,
Yeah, that was
it
an amendment to
approved
that.
more
Amendment to
during
the enclosure.
It was,
Sorry.
yeah, so it was approved, so we would have to go back and change our
No, I think it was an
approval on it.
amendment to the same
The
one.
same one.
Yeah.
In my intent was more like yours, where it was more of a daytime use, where you grab a cup of soup and a salad down at the fruit stand, and you walk up, you eat there. And the reason why I'm talking about high tops and size of the bar is that egress for me is a kind of a sticking point in that you're in the bar, everyone's packed into the bar, you're standing around, it's great. Not that everyone's going to leave at the same time, but as people leave, they're coming down that stair, and that stair will project a lot of noise. I feel that if that stair was somehow closed off, maybe after 8 or egress only after 7:30, it forces people to come down the inside of the building, walk out onto the parking lot, and the noise would project less, and there'd be less impact on the neighbors. That's my sticking point with the stair. I understand you need it. I understand it's an egress issue. It's a code issue. But if there was some way to alleviate the use when it's late at night, I think that would be helpful. So we do have to look at the seating. We do have to look at the size of it. We have to look at everything and the hours of operation if we're going to look at the egress and what goes on in the parking lot. So we have to look at this thing holistically. Unfortunately, I feel that it's on us. And then
Michael,
we can suggest to the DVA what they do, but
Your
We're in it.
question, I think, is a good question for Michael to pose to the sound attenuating consultant that you're going to hire.
Good idea, yeah.
And so the other question or comment was, or concern I had was, it's setting a precedent in selling alcohol and having a bar in a residential neighborhood, because again, as a business owner in a residential neighborhood, I would then want the same opportunity. I'm all about equal opportunity, so I would want the same opportunity to be able to sell alcohol, and maybe another business in town would want to be able to sell alcohol. You know, as I said before, I'd love to be a Trillium, or and I feel like that is a bigger conversation that is outside this planning board.
Then they should go to the ZBA hearing.
Yeah, I know.
So, but we already, the Plate already had a liquor license, a full liquor license,
Yeah.
and they were open till 9 o'clock. So it's already in place. Ultimately, what we're looking for, again, is to extend that till 10 o'clock and at 9 o'clock, because it was already approved prior to, the precedent, I guess, is already in place.
Yeah, it was approved by the ZBA, so that's my point.
But they're the ones that have that authority. That's not our jurisdiction. So that's the thing that, like we've said a few times, I think we need to really be clear about our jurisdiction. To the extent that we think something that's in our jurisdiction is impacting a decision another board has to make, we can be advisory to that board. But you know, really, we need to stick to the things that I've said now, I think twice tonight, because that's what it says in our site plan approval, you know, bylaw, right? I mean, until we pass the new one, if it gets accepted, right, we have to go by what's currently in it.
Right, and if you go through our site plan, you know, it talks about topography. That doesn't, you know, so
I
much
know.
of it has nothing. The topography, the mapping of major site features, large trees, that we're not talking about that. 11.3 is the grading and landscape plan, we're not talking about that. So most of what the planning board's jurisdiction is not even being
But
discussed.
if you go to it, it's the lighting, it should be
Yep.
in there.
Being egress.
And then it doesn't have a
Deliveries, et cetera.
detrimental effect. I think
Detrimental effect,
that's
right.
what- That's what our
discuss it
goal
all.
is, to
We have to discuss it.
to just, we want to support you, but we want to make sure that, that we're protecting
Sure,
the
sure.
neighbors, the abutters.
So,
So it's a good time to maybe hear from anyone from the
Sure.
public, is that?
Sure.
Okay, just, if there's anyone, Cheyenne, on Zoom with their hands up, or anyone in the public who would like to ask questions or make comments, feel free to do so at this time. Are you seeing any hands, Cheyenne?
Yes, we have Andrew D'Amato. And I will, hold on a talk.
Yeah, thanks for listening. Andy D'Amato, 26 Pear Street, town meeting member and member of the East Milton Neighborhood Association. Just one comment to sort of start out is that comparing the, we're really trying to get what is the impact on the neighbors. That seems to be everyone's main focus, as it should be, right? So in comparing the plates operation with this operation is really just inadequate, because even though the plate, and I say we, you know, full disclosure there, that was my wife's restaurant, but we certainly had a liquor's license, and we certainly had the right to be open until 9 o'clock. However, we never did that. And so there's no real data on how that affected the neighborhood. So when you say, well, you know, this is the precedent that's set, yes, the precedent for giving that opportunity was set, but it was a much different restaurant. It was food forward. As a matter of fact, I don't even think we sold enough alcohol to pay for the permit. I mean, that's how small it was. This, on the other hand, I would love to see what the percentage of alcohol sales are at Navarro in relationship to their food. And you're gonna find it's huge. So
I think they
it is a
presented that
much
information
different
already.
animal. So, you know, and the plate, although had those hours, were opened 36 hours a week. This restaurant proposal is 98 hours. Now, you know, it doesn't take a genius to notice that, and it's at night when things are quieter and people are home from work, and this is when they want to relax. This is when they want to go out in their backyards, and you know, the restaurants proposed squarely in a residential neighborhood, so you're going to have that effect is going to be 10, 20 times the fold of what was, you know, originally there. So that is just a comment of comparing, you know, the plates activity and the proposed activity are such different animals, it's not even worth discussing. But I did have a couple of quick questions. The last seating, if I read this right, is 8 p.m. all out by 10 p.m. And if, you know, if I'm making a mistake here, please someone stop me. But, well, so am I to understand then if I came at 8:15 and said, you know, I want to come in, you're not going to let me in? Or are you letting me in?
You can come in.
That's a
you can
question.
get served food.
I could come in. Well, if I can't eat, then what are you letting me in for?
So, well, it's a good question. As far as a meal goes, you probably wouldn't get a meal, you'd probably get snacks though.
I get snacks. Yeah, I would probably be coming in to drink there after 8 o'clock and I couldn't eat. So that's a concern for me. I would say if you're not serving anymore, then, you know, I don't understand why you'd come in for a couple of snacks and you would come in for a couple of snacks and a couple of drinks. All right, well, if that's okay, then, you know, I just want to point that out. I find it to be a little contradictory, you know, for a food forward from scratch restaurant. But the other thing is, I remember there's proposed TVs, but no sporting events. Again, you know, these things, you know, you can write them down, but who monitors them? How are they enforced? And, you know, if I'm sounding cynical, it's because, you know, the operator proposed here also owns Navarro and promised a bunch of stuff that never really happened. You could go to the bar, you were supposed to eat at the bar, only have 2 drinks. You know, that didn't happen. Last one meeting, I don't remember, he was asked how many seats were allowed at the bar, responded, and the woman who asked the question said, well, I was just there and there's 12 more than that. So, you know, the fact that the bar is longer, but we're not using it as a bar, you know, why not just take it out or make it shorter to the, you know, to match up with the number of seats that you're saying you have at the bar. This will lessen the temptation to pull up a stool or pull your belly up to the bar and drink. Obviously, I'm concentrating on the drinking element because I think the drinking element sort of, you know, creates the most noise, the most ruckus sometimes. There were incidents this summer at Navarro that required some, you know, drastic measures of having security in the restaurant. I'm not saying that's going to happen to this restaurant. I'm saying it's the kind of business where these things, you know, come up. And if we could mitigate all the possible scenarios where it would encourage drinking, overeating, then I think we should try to do that now and not worry about enforcement. You know, if you're going to have a TV and it's going to be March Madness, it's going to be 2 o'clock on a Wednesday, there's a semifinal game or Sweet 16, believe me, that TV is going to be on the game. You know, and what are you going to do at night when there's a sporting event on, a big event, and Celtics are in the playoffs? You can't call enforcement because they're not there. They close at 3. So if you're saying it's not going to be a sports bar and we're not going to watch sports, okay, well, back it up, pull the TV out. You know, I don't think anybody really needs a TV to watch Judge Judy. I mean, what are you going to have on the TV if you don't have sports? So, you know, that's something I'd like to see just clarified. And at the last meeting, when Tim Zawinski and I just happened to listen to this a couple of days ago, so it's fresh on my mind. The last it was one of Tim's last meetings, if not his last meeting. He stressed, he said, here's what I think you have to do. You have to go on a parallel path with the ZBA and the planning board together to do this. Now, I don't know how many months ago that was, but why hasn't the applicant been involved with the ZBA? And if they were, then this meeting, which you're having today, would be so much more fruitful. And those are my comments. I'd love to hear some responses. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, if you just,
I don't know if the last meeting or the meeting before, those numbers were given to you guys as far as alcohol sales.
Versus food sales at the other two locations, Abbey and Novara. I don't remember what they were, but that information's out there. The TVs, we never said there wouldn't be sporting events on the TVs. The TVs would be there. There might be sporting events on, there may not be, there'd be no sound. If you've been to Abbey and Novara on a day where there's a game on or not, they're not sports bars. The game might be on, but we're not talking about, a wild, ruckus crowd at those bars. This is the same type of feel, same type of atmosphere. People aren't going to Novara or Abbey to watch a game. If the game's on, they'll watch it, but that's not the kind of place it is. And then, as far as, a ruckus drinking place, have you been to Abbey and Novara after 9 o'clock? I have.
Yes.
It drops off pretty quickly. And this place was going to close earlier than those places. So the incentive for someone to go to this place later isn't there because they're not open late enough. Unlike an Abbey and Novara or any other restaurant that's open till midnight, 1 o'clock, whatever. So that customer isn't there. That customer is not going to this restaurant, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would have to disagree a little bit with that, Mike. Novara has a TV screen the size of, it's like, based on the movie. It's huge. And I've seen Celtics games there, and I've been there. I walk by Abbey Park all the time. There's always a game on, and there's always a full crowd around watching it off the TVs. So, and they're definitely not eating. So, I understand you're saying that, that's not the crowd, but then why have it? Why cater to it? It gives less of a chance, for the establishment to have the temptation or the customer to come in. Well, we're not going to that bar. They don't have a TV. So we're not going to watch the game there. So if it's so food forward and such a high-end restaurant, then you'll have the food to make people come. You don't need a TV. You don't need the Celtics game on. If you want to have somebody who's going to watch a Celtics game, have a few beers, then you have a TV. So
Andy,
that's
thank
the
you.
relationship.
Thank you very much, Andy. We have someone else who would like to also speak, and just if there was any other comment that you would like to make.
The only comment I would make on these hours that he had talked about, the hours for the plate were 6:30 to 9 o'clock at night, 6 days a week. Now, they didn't run the business that way, but that's what they were eligible for. They had the same number of hours. I come out to 97, including Sunday. So I just don't find that as a valid argument. He's also talking about...
The argument wasn't, I understand that's what's the argument. As I led off, I said, it's about the impact on the neighborhood. Since it wasn't used that way, we don't know what the impact of the neighborhood was. I understand there was a right to it. It just never happened. This is a different kind of venue. So we have to consider that the change of venue, the apples to orange change, what is that kind of establishment going to do to the neighborhood?
Andy, thank you so much.
That's all.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So we have someone else who would like to speak and address the board. If you'd like to come forward, thanks. Sorry. That's all.
Look at the microphone. Hi, my name's John Cohane. I live at 73 Antwerp Street. I am a select board member and a town meeting member and a member of the East Milton Neighborhood Association.
And I'm here just to say what I'm hearing from, we have the, and Mike's a great neighbor. Everybody will agree to that. And I'm just coming from the neighborhood side. And right now, basically 7:30 at night, the site quiets down and shuts down, basically. I understand that, there's a 9 PM permit, but the reality is the way it is right now. Granted, CVS is open later, but the traffic to CVS is minimal. So that's the change for everybody. The change is basically it closed down at 7:30 and now it's not. And how, how can we accommodate business and try to accommodate the neighbors at the same time? We've done some things, blocking off some sections of the parking lot, blocking off Antwerp Street. I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about how we block that off, but we can. And that will mitigate a lot of it. It's just the main thing is that we spend all this time and all this immense detail, and then we pass it, and everybody walks away, and we're left living with it. So what I'm looking for is clearly defined, like clearly and easily enforceable issues. You have a bar that's, only got 16 seats at it, but it could fit 20 seats at it. There's a problem waiting to happen and difficult to enforce. I know we've said that one of the things that was said was no more service after 8. Could we say bar closes at 9? I mean, it's a more easily definable thing than 10 o'clock, sort of everything kind of shuts down and we walk away. It's just easier to enforce. And I heard mentioned earlier, like the duration, in hours per week. But what it really is not duration in hours per week. It's late night, after 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. That's the issue. Not, total hours in a week. And I won't keep you if you've already heard a lot of things that I was going to say. So that's really all I have to say is, can we have clearly definable, easily enforceable things that come to us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
Anyone, are there any other hands up? Cheyenne?
Yeah, we have 4 people.
Okay.
So first, we have Bob. And then Bob, could you say your full name and your address for the record?
Hi, it's Bob Reddy. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay. Franklin Street.
Yeah, it's Mary Ranton as well. First off, this is a residential neighborhood, so obviously none of us want this. The odor is incredible. And Mr. McNoser, as you well know, I have complained to you about it before. You installed years ago a new system, which I told you was not working, and you said that was the best I could do. Is that going to happen again? Just curious.
So it wasn't a system, it was a filter, sorry.
It's noisy there all the time, and after 7, it's good. It's not bad, but we certainly don't want it till 10 or maybe even later because you've got people that are drinking, and alcohol is just not a good mix in a residential neighborhood. I find it totally unfair. And I just don't see how we can possibly benefit from any of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheyenne, who do we have next?
Before we get to the next people, could you clarify your address again? I only got the Franklin Street.
It's 54 Franklin.
Thank you. Next person we have is Megan Walsh.
Great, welcome, Megan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm also calling, I'm a neighbor. I'm Megan Walsh at 107 Church Street. So I'm within the block of the fruit center. I'm across the street, so I'm not a direct abutter, but I'm also a frequent flyer there. I'm there pretty much every single solitary day. I'm a TM town meeting member and also a part of EMNA. And I am voicing my support for this. I've talked to Lindsay at the Q, who has had devastating losses in sales since the plate closed. And let's just clarify, like the plate, I mean, this is not comparable, in my opinion, to Navarra. We can say Abbey Park. Abbey Park is not like, you know, really a party place. A lot of people go there for dinner and yeah, a couple of drinks, but it's not where you're going to watch sports and be rowdy. Navarre is a much larger location. One of the concerns we have as neighbors has always been the smell, and I appreciate Mike, regardless of where this is going, to mitigate that. I definitely appreciate that change. As far as TVs are concerned, I think that's kind of crazy point. That it's more white noise, I think, in a bar. And again, it's not really bringing in that clientele. And once again, I think this area is for people that are shopping at the Q and want to meet friends and have appetizers or a drink or lunch. I think it's so necessary at this time, and mainly just from speaking with Lindsay at the Q and really hearing how devastating the result of closing that has been to her business. So, you know, I go there at CVS at 8 o'clock at night. There's 1-2 cars there. So we definitely have the availability for parking. And I think Mike is a great neighbor. He's a great advocate. He's been wonderful and supportive to Milton as a whole. And I think if we express concerns, he's going to listen. And, you know, I think this is really necessary for maintaining that whole business environment. And again, it's a Milton Marketplace. It's not a sports bar. I think it would just be a really cool addition. So I appreciate everything that Mike and the planning board are doing to mitigate any wrongs to the neighborhood, but just as a neighbor, I just want to express my support. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Okay. Next.
Okay, the next person's up here.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi, it's Lindsay from the Q.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, I live at 18 Trask Ave. I just wanted to call in today and show my support for Michael and Vance. I've met with them multiple times and gone over this project with them. I think our only concern was them opening for breakfast, which they agreed to. I think the health of the second floor really needs to be put into consideration with the extended part of this process. It has incredibly devastated my business, as well as the nutshells. It concerns me that there has been no thought of getting this approved as soon as possible or some decision to be made. Michael and Vance have put a lot of time and thought into every step of this. And I think after you guys said about retail on the second floor, I think we do need a restaurant like this. We need it to be lively and booming. And it's a food, something you need every day. And that brings us up more people daily to meet up, gather with their friends, their family members, and come together as a community. And that's what the Fruit Center is. That's why I loved it as an 8-year-old girl wanting to open a store here. And I'm really excited about the future of what they have to offer. And I really hope that we can come together and quicken this process so we don't lose the other businesses up on this floor. And I really thank you for all your time.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. Before we go on to just, because she's a business owner, I had asked a question a while ago about leases. Are your tenants upstairs provided with leases?
Lindsay has a lease, Nancy does not. The reason Lindsay has a lease is because she couldn't get a loan to do a remodel without a lease. We typically don't do leases. Nancy's with us for 25 plus years, has never had a lease. The Plate had a lease, again, for the same reason. In order to do remodeling, they needed to get a loan, so they had to have a lease to do that.
Does CVS have a lease?
CVS does, because they're corporate. We
Everyone
can't.
except for the Nutshell has a
So
lease.
Keneally's, Rocky Ness, Mike Sushi, none of the guys have leases. They've never had leases. As my dad said, your performance is your lease, and we do things in a handshake. We do it the old-fashioned way. And we like to have control over the building, and with a lease, sometimes it's hard to do that if someone's underperforming. I'll give you an example of the fish department between Captain's Bonney and Rocky Neck was not performing well. It was a really bad reflection on us, and because we didn't have a lease, we were able to move on from them and put in someone that is going to represent us better. So we typically don't do leases unless we have to. In this case, the restaurant would have a lease for the same reason. He'll be doing a significant build-out, and we'll need to get a loan to do that.
Does Nancy want a lease?
No.
She doesn't want one?
Again, she's been with us,
Yeah.
That's typically how we do business, and it's always how we've done business.
And if somebody wants a lease or needs a lease.
Yeah, if they needed one, sure, but there's never been.
Yeah, but need and want are two different things.
Yeah.
If someone's not doing a build-out, they don't need one. But as a business owner, I would want one to ensure that there's continuity in my business. Yeah.
So,
That goes both ways, though.
Correct.
If you sign a lease and your business isn't thriving, you're still obligated to the lease. That would be advantageous to the property owner, but not to the business
Right.
operator. So we can go back and forth on that,
Yeah,
but
but thank you. I just was curious on that. I just how that worked.
I kind of just want to do a time check,
Yeah,
too.
'cause-
And I don't know if there's others that are waiting to speak, but I did want to make a comment, just more process and documentation oriented. And then I'd like, I think, to move on to the other items on the agenda. If,
Yeah.
but did you want to see if others were waiting first?
Cheyenne, how many more people do we have waiting?
We have two more. Well,
'Cause we do
four,
want
but
to-
two already spoke, so I'm not sure if they have like another comment.
Yeah, we. You know what, I think at this time, I think it is a good time to maybe pause. I know there are people who are waiting to speak, and you will have an opportunity to speak. But I think at this point, we should.
Yeah, do you mind if I just have a
Yeah, and
couple?
if you have a.
So as far as this being a new application, this process oriented, the documents that you submitted before, I think just, you need to ask that they be incorporated by reference or whatever, but some of them might not be applicable anymore, so you kind of probably need to comb through them. But anything about like the ventilation system, for example, the site plan like this, that would show the parking, because I think on any decision, we'd want to have an indication which section of the parking lot in the drawing, just like we wanted to see tonight. So so that's one thing, and then I guess we've talked about the hours. The hours seem to be a consistent point of discussion, and I guess I'd like you to go back and think about and talk to Vance about closing at 9 except on weekends, and or maybe Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just to kind of give to the point of some people, weekends people I think are expecting to be busier, things happening more. Maybe Sunday's a little quieter. Usually people have a little quieter day on Sunday, and maybe there's a few days that they know that it's going to be a little quieter earlier. Yeah, so those are just the two things for now.
Would certainly talk to them about it.
Okay.
That's great. Anyone else? And I'm thinking what makes sense is, and we want to get this done as quickly as possible, but I think there is a sense that we want to hear from the ZBA and we want to, work more in tandem. So the question is, would it be more productive to move the public hearing to February 13th?
To Lindsay's point, though,
I know,
this has
that's why I
been
don't want to.
I don't want to push it out necessarily too long. And so I'd like to talk about these things that we just, hit and say, do we think we need anything else? Do we think noise is adequate? Do we think odor is adequate? Do we think delivery is adequate? Do we think security is adequate?
In order to get a vote one way or the other at this point.
But we haven't, I think that's what we need to do on the 23rd, is to talk about, we talked about hours of operation, but, I think we need to go back to these other things, like I was saying, access, deliveries, noise, odors, site lighting, security. And, what are we ready to say that this has been adequately addressed? And then whatever we think is still outstanding, they can try and address. And then when it goes to the ZBA on the 3rd, they can say, here's the things that our planning board feels as if we've adequately addressed. Here's the things that the planning board still thinks we need a little work on. But that way, it's moving. They're not starting from scratch at the ZBA on the 3rd.
So for their meeting on the 3rd, do we write them some kind of an outline? Or do we assume they're watching our meetings?
No, I would either think it get conveyed by them, or we put it. We can put something
So they
together.
go before the ZBA and say the planning board said this?
This is where we are in our discussions.
Yeah.
Cheryl, can I ask you a question? So can, the things you just mentioned, egress, noise, traffic, odor, delivery, site lighting, right? Those are the main topics we're talking about essentially. Did I miss anything?
Hours.
The hours.
Hours, sorry.
The first thing that
Hours is a big one.
And safety, the safety.
Can we come to a consensus on these things now? Most of these things?
My problem for tonight is there's other things on the agenda still. Yeah, and I understand.
But if we meet on the 23rd, we do have the Gardner School on the 23rd.
But I mean.
And Thayer Nursery.
And Thayer Nursery on the 23rd, yeah.
Yeah, well, what I would do is ask the board members to go back, and if you send into Cheyenne, again, these documents, and I'd say even take the site plan that you submitted, and on the PDF, mark the parking area. Do as much as you can to help us out, provide, this was a document that was sent to us, but you're.
Yep, I'll get a copy.
Okay, and, to, again, clarify the hours because of the memo, the application was a little unclear. But, and go back and have that conversation like we suggested. But then say, okay, mark on there where where it's going to be closed off. And I really would love to find some way to have Marbella share their deliveries, but I didn't get too far with that. But if you come back and you say that the town, look, part of the service problems is not necessarily our property, it's the combination of them, and there should be a service zone, then that in and of itself is something that should get traced through. It shouldn't just get dropped, because service zone has come up in other applications, and then it just, like other restaurant applications, and then something just goes by the wayside. When Rich Beeler was on this board for 5 years, he talked about delivery zones in East Milton, and never felt as if it was
being addressed. I know Abbey Park and Navara are talking to the Traffic Commission on reopening those parking spaces as loading zones.
Okay, great.
They just were trying to make a decision, get it more information as we're looking at the Falcone project about to start, and whether they're going to close off and Franklin Street possibly becoming a one-way. So they're trying to incorporate all of that. But the loading zone is absolutely essential.
But also, I know this is off topic, but along those, is it true that the parking lot at the church that is supposed to be used for Novara parking, is that now being used for 440 for all the construction and workers?
On Church Street, that parking lot?
Yeah, so that parking lot at that, what is that, East Congregational Church?
Yeah, I don't think that.
Yeah, and Adams, does Novara have their parking?
So,
permit
Sorry, I'm
there?
going to try and keep us on our zone.
No, but that
It's
has to do,
ZBA
but that
and
has to
building
do with your
official.
loading. You were talking about
Yeah.
loading.
Yeah.
And also to defend the planning board a little bit, Lindsay may have thought that this has gone on for too long, but it really hasn't gone on for too long. If she hasn't been part of special permits through the planning board, having 4 or 6 or 8 or 10 meetings is not that long. The planning board previously has gone on and made businesses go for 40 or 50 meetings. So I don't think that it has been a very long, elaborate process.
This is the first meeting of the new
Correct.
application, so.
Well, I do think,
Yeah.
like I said earlier, that we need to be, if we say we value, our business
Yep.
community, we need
Absolutely.
to work with our business community, and Lindsay's one of our business
And I
owners that's
fully,
impacted. so-
I fully agree with that as a member of the business community. I fully agree with that. But I just wanted to make clear that just having a few is not a long, elaborate process.
Okay,
Just
so
a
with
minute,
that,
Madam, I'm sorry.
oh,
In
yeah,
the spirit
sorry.
of asking for things, will you ask about egress and the stairs, maybe closing it for, using it only for egress, maybe after 7 or 8:30?
Sure, absolutely.
Once again, to alleviate noise coming down that staircase.
Michael, a lot of the issues that Cheryl outlined, you could probably put everything on that site plan, because a lot of these issues really belong on the site plan. It'll be a lot easier for you to depict your answer on the site plan than writing a narrative. It'll be cleaner and easier for all of us. Even your hours, if you want, just throw them on there too. It'll make things pretty easy.
Okay, so we're saying that if we want to move it to January 23rd, that means we'll have the Gardner School, we'll have the Thayer Nursery, we'll have our articles needing to be wrapped up. So,
It's a long agenda, but I think if we set timeframes from what we
Yeah.
can cover for each one.
I don't know
We'll
if
just have a
that's
limited
realistic. I think that's, and we want to be out by 10 o'clock. I think it should be after the ZBA. But you're setting the schedule.
To hear what they say, knowing what they know right now, the ZBA, on this topic?
Well, but to Sean's point, if we had a drawing, if that plan is marked up, and we see that plan on the 23rd, and then that plan is the same plan that the ZBA sees on the 3rd, then we will be at the same place, right? So, I mean, maybe it's 15 minutes on the agenda to review that plan and to get an update on the hours.
So they're
I mean, it's
just
almost 2
updating.
hours tonight.
Yeah, so
They're
they're
bringing us
just
an update.
updating. We're not going to discuss it. They can update.
Yeah, it's 2 hours tonight, and we haven't touched half the things that you rattled off on the list there.
We spent a lot of time talking about these before, but yeah.
I think it should be after the ZBA. Again, it goes back to my original concerns. Their permit goes through the ZBA. We asked for them to go through the ZBA, and I think that's the appropriate place for it right now.
But we have a jurisdiction that's not tied to the ZBA.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which I understand.
And so, like, to hold somebody up on their application because the ZBA can't hear them is not right. It's not fair to the applicant. And I don't think it's actually within our timeframes that we've set we wanted to try and do with our new
okay, let's
zoning.
set it, we'll make it for the 23rd, but just understanding that we have a lot on the agenda.
Quick.
And it will be, so we can move the,
Continue the public hearing.
until 8 PM, because I
Okay.
think the others are earlier. Is there?
All right, I'll make a motion. All right, so Jim, go ahead, you got it.
Make a motion to move the public hearing on 10 Bassett Street, site plan modification to January 23rd at 8 PM.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
for
all
your
very
time.
much.
Appreciate
Yes.
it.
Okay, great. Now, I have a question for the board. Do we have Josh, is Josh online? And thank you for those who spoke.
Yes, he got here on 8.
Okay, so sorry, Josh, I was hoping to get to him earlier. Would it be, I think we should move the East Milton overlay zoning discussion up in advance, and then end up with the East Milton overlay I'm sorry, move up the East Milton zoning overlay and then discussion of the articles, continue that
Okay.
following, so we don't keep Josh waiting. All right. We can let Josh in.
He's in.
Good evening, everybody. I think Cheyenne, oh, here I am.
Hi,
I
Josh.
can't turn my camera. I think I have to elevate me to a panel.
All righty, we'll make you a panelist. Okay.
1 moment.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi, Josh. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. So I think when we last met, we sort of wanted to take this evening and focus on the text of the zoning language. Did you have, you were very thorough in going through the design guidelines the last time. Is that what you were thinking we were going to discuss this evening as well?
Yes, I don't have any presentation per se, but just wanted to rely on the materials that we had sent to you all, so I can put those up on the screen, or you all can if you feel
That would
those
be great.
available either way.
That would actually be great. And I just want to say too, while you're pulling that up, how pleased I was in reading through this. I think you really captured the essence of what we are trying to achieve, and with this language. And I had a few small comments, but as we go through, if anyone has comments, maybe that's sort of how we walk through the sections.
Would you all prefer to have up on the screen the commentary memo or just the straight zoning language?
Another commentary memo.
And the commentary, yeah, I thought the commentary was really
Because
helpful.
the commentary one just has the actual language with the
commentary, yeah.
so we can see it all, right?
Yes. Okay, can you see that now?
Yep, got it.
Great. So I realized when I went full screen, but I think last time I did that, you all couldn't see me advance pages,
Yeah.
so I will just keep it. All right, so the memo starts just with some initial background and context. Then this is where the zoning language and the commentary begin. So it begins with the purpose.
So in the background and context, there was just one sentence that I'm not sure if it was just a word, but it's the fourth paragraph, the third sentence from the bottom. And I wasn't sure if this was what you meant to say. After you said, statement, vision plan, and design principles for East Milton Square in the town's zoning, period, especially, comma, the zoning recommendation. That sentence didn't quite make sense. I didn't know if you meant to say specifically the zoning recommendation, but then it says of the study included, comma, in part, establishing an overlay district.
Yeah, that should be a specifically. You're right. Thank you.
Specifically the zoning.
Good eye, Mary
Okay,
Beth.
that's what I just thought it was, yeah, that would make more sense, specifically, okay. That was just a small grammatical thing.
Thank you for catching that.
Everything else looked good on that? Did anybody have anything?
Nope.
Okay, going to section 275-322, under the purpose. I just had one item. I thought everything you have in here, the A through F, is great. But I think a lot of what we heard from the community forums and the survey, and what is in the zoning language, I would ask the board if they would consider adding preserve and enhance historic character of East Milton, and and townwide as a gateway entrance. Because I think that's sort of what we heard a lot about a gateway coming in, the historic character, and that this is a way that we can preserve that character. That just seemed like that was just one.
Wait, where are you going to put that?
It could be G.
Okay, a whole new, or should it be,
Or I would trust your wording if you know, if,
or
I
should
wonder
it
if
be
it
the
could
first
go
one?
under C, where enhancing the sense of place and district identity, because
through
it,
preservation of
can-
historic character.
I think you could, I don't say
Yeah.
through, but somehow you can think about how to work that in. Or if
Yeah.
it should be a separate bullet, I agree to leave it to Josh to think about a little bit. Or,
So
I
if you
think
want to,
either of those options would work.
okay, yeah, preserve and enhance historic character of East Milton, I think, and townwide as a gateway, or as a gateway entrance to.
So if it's separate, would it be A? Would it be the first one? Or it doesn't matter?
I think
I'll leave it up to you. I just thought.
G, I mean, I kind of like what you said originally, and just
Just
add
add
a
a
G
G.
and
It's fine.
call it to
Go
bed.
around.
Call it a day, put it to bed.
Do you want to
whatever.
add G and say, preserve and enhance historic character of East Milton?
I mean, the one thing it says in the commentary is the goals are listed in order that of public input. So,
As a gateway entrance.
so I would definitely add it at the end because it wasn't part of the public input.
Yeah, it was, the survey.
Okay, because it says here in the commentary that the most frequent responses are those 6 goals there. But I think it's fine. I just was saying add it as G.
Yeah, I think G is fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Josh, I have a question under B, allowable uses C, and this isn't so much for what you're trying to do here, but you know, what's defined as a multifamily, we learned through the MBTA community's discussion is actually not a 2-family, but it's elsewhere in state law somehow that it's a 3-family. Is that your understanding too?
I think for Section 3A, it is specifically defined as 3 or more units. I
Okay.
don't know that is defined that way in state law more generally.
Okay, all right. So I'm just wondering whether we're going to run into any trip up anywhere if we have different definitions of multifamily. The reason I asked is, you know, we have a definition, our zoning code isn't very good about having definition sections that apply throughout. There's definitions that are in one section that are different than definitions in another section, which is extraordinarily confusing for enforcement or just to follow if you're an applicant. But I'm not suggesting changing it here. I just raise it as something for us to kind of pin for if we do get funding to redo the zoning in total, that we need to look at how our definitions are
The problem
different
is
everywhere.
when HLC keeps making up definitions.
Right, yeah,
That's
so
not
I was
really
gonna
our,
say that. Yeah.
HLC is changing definitions, but typically of what we've used, I think, is more consistent, so. But I get your point, because we don't want it to be confusing.
Even in a definition section that said multifamily is this, and then you could say notwithstanding or whatever, that under section whatever, it's this. But at least it's like, you don't have to dig through like 3 different sections and find, oh God, it's not what I thought it was because it was over here, it was defined somewhere else. Anyway, sorry, a diversion there.
Okay.
So with our allowable uses under B, you know, we're limiting drive-throughs, gas stations, garages. I get that. You know, the joke around town is that we don't need any more hair and nail salons, realtors, and dentists. I mean, how do we steer this? Can we steer this further, or are we looking for trouble doing that?
What do you think, Josh?
I mean, I think if I see another beauty salon, I'll be a little disappointed, to be honest with you.
I think while those types of personal services, sort of in the evolution of business districts, they tend to fill in where other businesses aren't yet sort of creating a critical mass together. But they don't, one thing I would say that's different from the uses we've defined here as the exceptions that are not included, is that those personal services tend to occupy storefront spaces that could pretty easily be converted to the other, I guess, the way you're describing it, sort of higher value uses for a business district, potentially more retail focused or restaurant focused potentially. And so I think prohibiting them might create more vacancies in time as opposed to allowing the district, the business district itself to sort of fill in those vacancies and strengthen with personal services, and then hopefully find a better equilibrium between those and other uses in the business mix in the district, if all of that made sense, hopefully.
I guess it does.
I'll just use the example of the Hendry's building, the retail, which sat vacant. They desperately were looking for a restaurant, some different things there. They ultimately settled on a nail salon and a spa because those were the tenants who.
One of the things about that particular space was it was raw space and pretty large, and it's a large investment to come in. It
was for
with
sale.
And it's for sale.
It's a lease.
Retail for sale is difficult.
That's a retail condo? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just concerned about oversaturation, but if it's that or nothing,
That was
I guess it's that. That's okay.
good question, though. Good question. Okay.
And under allowable uses A, so mixed-use development is required.
It's only under this overlay.
Over the overlay.
Oh, okay, so it
You
doesn't.
still have the underlying
Like,
business
yeah.
district.
So I did have a question on D. We're saying that at least 50% of the usable ground floor area of the building must be designed for and occupied by non-residential uses, meaning commercial. I guess my assumption was the entire, that it fully needed to be commercial, so
had
that
the
we didn't
same.
lose, so we're not losing commercial space. We're
thing-
gaining the opportunity for residential, but it's not a loss of potentially of any commercial space.
Yes, especially since we've heard that it's really difficult doing business in non-commercial areas in town. That to me, it seems, counterintuitive to put or mandate or not allow or require commercial all on the first floor.
Well, it does say at least 50%, so it doesn't mean that it can't be 100 or 75, but at least it allows the owner of the building some flexibility if he can't find, I mean, my assumption is that it's much more desirable for anybody as commercial space than residential. People don't want to live on the first floor most often.
Especially if we think about the boundaries of this district and what's included and what's not.
Yeah.
I think this 50% may have come from what we did in Milton Village, and part of it was thinking that you could have parking behind, that kind of like the Starbucks has, because parking's challenging, given the size of the parcels. If
So
you
it's the
said
ground floor area of the lot, not the building itself?
it says usable ground floor area of the building.
Building.
So that's what so it wouldn't include parking.
Yeah, if it was a garage structure and you parked
Right.
inside, then it's
be.
parking.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just bringing it up as a question on, maybe put a pin in that and
Sure.
we can think
The
about that.
percentage?
We don't.
Because my fear is, from what I'm hearing from some developers, is they prefer not to have commercial on first floor.
I bet your Hendry's is regretting it right now.
And even like across the border on River Street where, you know, the old Osco was, they would prefer housing over there.
It's all right.
Yeah, Falcone pulled out the commercial on his first floor before converting it to the 40B project. So it's all
Well-
residential now. But
It's harder, just in this time frame
Yeah,
in which
this-
we're at, it's harder to find commercial. There's so much incentives out there for housing.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on where the building is. If the building's got a 0 lot line, you know, when you're out on Granite Ave, those are the buildings I don't see as being desirable for residential, you know what I mean, if you're 0 lot line on a busy road, but
I look at this district and the boundaries that we have for it, I don't see a lot of, maybe if you're up against one of those where it's a single family next door, but I'm not opposed to saying 50%, as long as there's some mechanism to say that they can come to us and get that changed. You could
Well, it's
say
at least.
minimum 50, you could bump that maybe to something else. I think the idea here was that you need an active streetscape.
Yeah.
And that's the only way you're going to get an active streetscape is to mandate it. Now, because he didn't want to lose any of the business district, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. So we can, I think,
right,
pin the percentage.
okay. All right. Anything on C, dimensional requirements? Building height?
Oh, I guess, well, under setbacks, front yard setbacks, no less than 0 and no more than 10 feet. What if somebody wanted more than 10 feet?
Well, it's kind of, again, that active streetscape.
Because what if they want more than 10 feet to make a more pleasant store frontage? You know, 10 feet really isn't that big, and if you wanted to put some benches or planters to lead into your shop, I don't know.
Was that based on
I think,
Milton Village, maybe?
I think so, but Josh could
Well,
answer
that's,
this.
yeah, I think that the lots and the lot depth in East Milton Square are not that large. And so 10 feet will be, if they do the full 10-foot depth, it will be quite a bit of the full depth of the lot overall. An applicant could seek a variance from that if they so chose in their application. But I think that the overarching idea here is that we do want the building frontages to be defining the sidewalk edge to give that village feel to the district.
Yep. I know, I was thinking, because I thought about that too, but it's so limited there. Okay. Building height, this seemed, I really appreciate the commentary that you wrote. I think that's going to be really helpful.
The commentary needs to live beyond just planning board, because there'll be different planning boards in the future, and
It's really helpful to understand.
It is.
Will this commentary actually stay within this text in the bylaw, or will it be indexed somewhere?
I don't think it'll be in the
Right, it won't
bylaw,
be.
but
It'd be nice to provide it to town meeting members, certainly in advance of our May town meeting.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to
Yeah, well, that'll be a question we'll
As
have
it
to,
lasts,
yeah,
yeah.
figure that out. 'Cause
in the
that's-
planning department probably.
Yeah.
But town meeting should certainly see it, yes,
I mean, yeah, you should see this.
right.
I didn't have anything on building
Stories, 45 height,
height. Did anybody?
story.
I appreciate the commentary on the height and economics and whether it's going to promote any development, because as people look at this down the road, you know, they can look at that and see whether that should be revisited, because there was lots of discussion about that over time. On historic preservation, if you're ready to go there.
Yeah.
The last meeting, I asked about the 1940, and then I asked about, well, the buildings were categorized by percentage, but not up to 1940. They were different, I think, with some category to 1920, then to 1950. So I don't have a good idea of how many were built before 1940.
I could give you a map on that.
Okay.
I could get a map just for people who are curious. And I'll just use the example of how this does work well, is when the 440 Granite project was coming before the Historical Commission, and the commission did not find any of the buildings significant. It just cleared the way, and it was not an issue. But I think it's good to trigger this in the 1940s. Specifically, I want to see the preservation of the facades of all the Empire Building preserved, the building the Abbey Park is in preserved. I think that those are really beautiful buildings, and they really give a sense of anchoring that neighborhood. A lot of the others, are not, have been altered so dramatically that there's nothing really left of historic nature. But I could get a map because of that area. Many of those properties have been surveyed.
I did, Cheryl, just sorry to interrupt, but I did recalibrate based on your comment last meeting on those intervals. And 6 proper, so if we change from 1921 to 1940 and then 1941 to 1980, 6 properties basically shift out of the new 1940 cap into the, because they occur from 1940 to 1950 effectively.
Okay.
And so what you're left with is prior to 1940, it's about 48% of the buildings in the district fall in prior to 1940.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. That's good.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I go back to open space real quick? D?
Yeah.
Just where it references pocket parks, balconies, roof decks. Those are balconies and roof decks for public use, right? When it talks about the 10% open space calculation,
Usually the open space, when it refers to residential, can be private open space too.
so if they design a building and it's got a big roof deck that's 10% of the 10% of the area, that counts, and there's
It depends
no
what
other
you're
open
trying to
space.
accomplish with the open space. Like the open space in the business district, I don't think, to have the vitality of the streetscape, et cetera, I don't think you'd want to mandate a lot of open spaces just for the public, right?
I don't know, this reads to me like,
Okay.
if I build a second, third floor of all residential and they have balconies, my open space requirement is satisfied. That's what we're going for. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just
Yeah, that's
it's
good
just interesting.
question.
It's like if that's
Yeah.
the definition of open space, and that's great. That's
In my experience, when it's requiring open space for residential, it's for the residential users, not for general public.
like the individual condo owner or
They would
Or
qualify.
roof decks would be like open to
a
the.
common roof deck
A common roof deck,
for
yeah.
the condo
For the
owners.
residential users,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
Not for the general public. That's my experience, but it doesn't mean you can't require open space that's open to the public for, I mean, normally it would be unusual if it's all residential, but where this is mixed use and you have the business, that if you had some open space at the first floor. But again, if you had a mandated open space at the first floor and your building footprints are pretty small,
Yeah, right. It's not going to work. I'm
yeah.
just wondering about it. So yeah.
Yeah, so
I
I
would
wouldn't
agree.
consider open space a balcony, but it is still the commercial district, so I'm not expecting to see a lot of open space.
Okay.
A tree, to break up a facade is different than like an open space requirement, I would think.
Okay, I'm good.
So on the historic preservation, C and D, So C says that a building constructed before 1940 need not be preserved if the planning board, after seeking historical commission guidance, if the building lacks substantial architectural significance. But then, or if it's in deterioration. So that's the same, we'd say, okay, you're not required to do it. But then D says, it doesn't seem that there's any opportunity for demolition.
Because of the word shall, right?
Correct.
So maybe you can replace that with should.
Well, if we're approving the project, I think this is being permissible to allow.
But doesn't it
restoration.
contradict C, is what I'm kind of getting at? Do you see it
I
that
see
way?
Yeah, because of the word shall.
Yeah.
Shall preserve. It kind of forces you to preserve what's there.
It's saying you shall preserve it, even though the paragraph before says that you're not necessarily required to under those conditions.
I see the conflict you're pointing out, Cheryl, but the way I interpret it is that it's more of a two-step process, that there's guidance first, and if that guidance shows that there's no historic significance, then that's kind of the end of that pathway. The second pathway is that there may be, if there is historic significance, then D would apply, in which case you shall include the preservation to the maximum extent possible, the historical and architectural features of that structure. So it's not like if it's determined to be significant, then you can't say, okay, it's significant, but I'm going to remove 50% of what's there.
So I think some clarifying language would be helpful there.
Okay.
Like
Like a reference to C
yeah.
in D?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Just to what you said.
Sure. One question on that, maybe I'm just, should it, Josh, in that first sentence in D, should it say the project approval may allow the restoration, rehabilitation, renovation, repair, adaptive reuse, or addition to the historic structures in the district? Or should it say project approval may require?
Yeah, the word allow.
I don't know. What does allow mean? What if you didn't want to do it?
No, it's a good point.
Yeah, I think require was a better word. And again, we can give waivers to any, planning board can give a waiver.
Sure. Particularly if we clarify, as we just said, that if the guidance is that it's significant, then yes, it should be required. I like that change.
Okay.
Then I don't know if somebody had something before this, but on page 9, under 8, to get site and building lighting, the last part says, for example, matching street lights recently installed. I just think that it might recently installed where? So would that be recently installed in East Milton or in Milton Village or in somewhere else?
I was thinking of the recent streetscape improvements around the park.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe just clarify if that's what that is.
Yeah. Say, for example, matching streetlights recently installed in the park.
At Joe Manning Park or what? in the, associated with the deck project, or
Yeah.
just something to kind of give it a little bit more definition?
And then, so I, under 9, following, shall be the building design in place consistently on the building with a sign ban. And I think, and we can talk about this a little bit later, we're running into some conflicts on our sign bylaw, and we're getting a lot of internally illuminated signs coming before the sign review board. So I think if we tell them what we want, it just, that's what you see sort of on the signage. We just had the Santander big illuminated product, and that's what reminds me. But if we have new renovated buildings, it would be nice to have them be more consistent with the other buildings. So,
What did you call it, external loose lighting?
if illuminated, external gooseneck lighting,
okay.
shall be utilized.
I would just
like
say, I'd rather say is encouraged, because the
Is encouraged.
because the design guidelines and standards allow for some flexibility in the design not being too replicative. So it seems like
All right.
shall on a
be-
particular type of light fixture is awfully prescriptive.
Yeah. Should be,
Are encouraged.
are encouraged.
Yeah.
Gooseneck lighting is encouraged. Okay. I think that's fair.
External illumination through gooseneck lighting is encouraged, or
Okay.
something like that.
And that was pretty clearly illustrated in the guidelines as well. There was
That's what,
specific-
exact, I was going to say,
Yeah.
that would connect to the guidelines, so, perfect. So this is just under F, and we can revisit this, just maybe put a pin on it, and maybe we just don't need this commentary. The existing townwide sign bylaw adequately serves the purpose for East Milton Square zoning. The design guidelines document does give additional design guidance and examples. Maybe we just have it say, the design guidelines document gives additional design guidance and examples.
I do think it's important to point out that there is this other bylaw, though.
I'm going to maybe suggest that we also update. Tim was constantly saying we need to update our sign bylaw. What would be really nice is if we could have that ready, and Tim has basically done a draft of it, which I'll circulate. I wanted us to get through this, but at some point, he kept saying we need to update our sign bylaw. It would be nice to send this to town meeting along with a revision of our town bylaw, because right now our sign bylaw is inconsistent with all of our wonderful design guidelines for the Milton Village and for East Milton. It's suggesting it, but we have no teeth to enforce anything because it's not in the actual bylaw, some of the language that we're.
Well, it does, the zoning says it has to be approved per the section that requires it.
Yeah.
So maybe you're objecting to the word adequately serves, but
Yeah,
you
I
could
guess
say
just serves the purpose.
serves.
Because if we're, and this is, again, we can put a pin on this, we don't
Yeah,
have to.
I guess you could just strike the first sentence of the commentary.
Yeah, maybe
I
just do
don't
that,
know.
because then if we decide to introduce new language for the zoning, the sign bylaw, then we're,
I'm not opposed to striking that.
okay,
Sure, something like that.
all right. Affordable housing units. I thought this was a great section.
Should we make the percent higher?
That's what I was thinking.
I just think if we want to increase our percentage overall, we should do the economic study. That's, whether it's MBTA communities or not.
Yeah, aren't we doing it for MBTA? Would that be indicative of this, you think?
If this becomes one of the zones, then it would fall into it, yeah. But I suppose for that, we could also ask for it to be,
The ADUs increase our overall housing stock, and this is for late, what I was going to discuss later too, because if ADUs count towards our overall housing stock, then we're getting further away from our 10%. So we have to make that up somewhere. And so my other question is, are ADUs allowed in our business district?
they are per the definition right now in the draft regulations or draft guidelines.
Because this is our commercial district, right? The underlying zoning is commercial.
The commercial district allows single family.
For single family, correct.
Not zone residential.
But
I
it's
think
not
ADUs are only
zoned,
residentially
correct.
zoned
But if you looked at the definition,
Yeah.
'cause I looked at this before, the definition encompasses where you have single families, not just a district, and where you allow single families, and we allow single families in the business district.
Yeah,
I thought it was just residentially zoned
yeah, that's,
parcels.
I kind of was thinking along.
No,
Pretty
we're gonna have
straightforward to me.
Well, we'll have to get the definition
Yeah.
up from the
So that's my
regulations, 'cause
only-
I looked at that.
Yeah, so just to stay
Flagged
on.
it.
That's a question for
Yes,
EDU.
just to stay on track. And I hear what you're saying about it's not, panning out a higher percentage, but again, it's making us as a town get further away from our 10%.
Yeah, but the issue is, how do you pay for those? So if you have a housing development of 15 units, let's say, or even let's say use 440 Granite Ave as an example, that's not, maybe that's a size, I've been told not quite enough units to qualify for like a tax incentive program. So what it's doing is your market rate units have to cover their differential. So like right now, an affordable unit might be $275,000. And so if you're doing, 10 units or 15 units and you're required to do 20% of them, you're gonna knock the market rate ones up at a price point that's much higher than the market is, so that it won't pencil out. So that's, the economic study has to be, that the projects can actually work.
Didn't you say Boston was 12 to 15%?
This is 12, this is
So why don't we
here.
bump it to 15?
We are, 15% on
12% on the total
25
housing.
25
units.
units.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, there's probably not many projects that are gonna be 25 units. That's a good-sized building on small parcels. That, it's not really significant. 12% of 25 and 15% of 25, 12% of 25 is 3 units, 15% is 3.75. It's not, it's 1 unit.
Yeah.
The only way to get out of the large number and not do 40Bs, which are just adding a bunch, is to do 100% affordable. And you can do that by using town-owned land or making an incentive someplace, I think, maybe that allows for it. But that's the only way to really dig out of it.
100% or 100% rentals at market rate. Don't those count also towards our 10%?
That's a 40B
That's a
project you're
40B
talking
is
about.
a-
Like, I'm talking about like a Winter Valley, for example, but it doesn't have to be an age restricted. But Winter Valley, every one of those units counts.
Yeah.
And that's the way to dig out.
On Quiddy House?
Because if you think about it, you're adding units and 10 you're adding to the denominator, whatever. So that difference between the 10% is 2% and 5%. You're never going to catch up to the deficit created by all the single families, really.
What about Home Inc? Do they count as affordable?
The
The one next to the high school?
I don't think so. No. I don't think they're restricted that way, even though
They're
they're,
just
they're
age
relatively
restricted.
affordable.
Yeah.
Age.
Age
Yeah.
restricted.
Not income.
I don't think so.
No, the one down at the end of the Parkway. I'm forgetting the name of it now, but that's
Quiddy.
100%.
On Quiddy House.
Yeah. All right.
So parking, or did anyone have anything on parking? I think
It's a challenge.
Parking, where are we?
It's a challenge. It's
I really think that to have some impact in East Milton, you need something that's common and shared, and it's not required by each small lot, but. So I don't have any comments overall.
I thought the commentary was really good at Josh trying to explain how complicated this is and the economics to seeing anything built.
And then on page 13, C, it says an application involving a property on which there was a building constructed in or before 1940 shall include the narrative of describing compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards with the application materials. But that shouldn't be triggered unless the Historical Commission, the Planning Board have deemed that the building to have historical significance. It shouldn't be required if that's not the case. So this should be like if applicable or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. I'll adjust that in the same way that I adjusted in the earlier historic preservation section.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
That's all I had. Josh, thank you so much. I really do like the, at the end too. Oh, there was something at the end under the recommendations for future changes that I wanted to comment on. On page 16.
16.
I thought there was a big commentary. Am I missing that?
That's the page 16 and 17 are kind of like the recommendations for future changes. Is that what you were thinking?
In another version, I could have swore I saw a commentary above the recommendations that kind of disappeared.
Was it on the previous page?
No, maybe a previous version of this? Or maybe I'm just not remembering it correctly. But it's spoke to.
So while you're looking on page 16, it just is a correction under maximum building height. The first paragraph, last sentence. The 440 Granite Ave is not a 40B application.
You're right. Thank you for catching that.
Yep. But this is where I think you get at this whole section in terms of whether this allows enough to make projects financially viable. And so I think it's good to have that out there.
Yeah, I think it's important sort of technical advice for the future, but the community's been very clear, as you all know, and so I think a incremental approach, which is represented in the zoning recommendations, with keeping these things in mind for the future if you don't see the changes that you'd like to see.
But it's also good for like town meeting members and other residents who want to understand the zoning. And so I do really appreciate all the commentary, including this part. So I think the map discussions too, you know.
Yeah, that's
like
what I was
there's
just
a
going to
lot
say. Can we just, if we're ready, are we ready to move to the map?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, the part that I thought was commentary was actually the summary, 16, 17. It's all good. Yeah.
Good, all right.
Move to the map.
So I know I've said this before, but I think the post office, it's in the National Register. I know it's addressed you address National Register properties, but I think it's something, if we ever wanted to add it in, we could add it back in, but I think just removing that piece would be just, you know, if it's in there, we want to see it redeveloped. Basically, I feel like anything that we, you know, or has the potential to be redeveloped. We may not be on the planning board forever, and we hope not forever. But I think just for future, I think it's important that we.
But would we rather see it be vacant and deteriorate? Because if we say it only can be a business use, which is what you're saying now because it's in the business district, right? Or is it in the residential district? I believe it's in the business district, but.
I believe it is in the
Right
business
now,
district.
it's in the business
So
district.
the issue with that building is, it's a single story
Yeah,
building.
but it's a
so-
property that has a parking lot. So the concern I have, like I think, if you want to see something preserved historically, what I've seen is you want to give options to have it have a new life. And if you restrict it to the life that it's had to start with, and that life is no longer viable, and you don't allow another use, then it becomes functionally obsolete, and it's just going to sit there until
So I
somebody
think
decides
that's
what
where
to
the
do with
special
it.
permit process would kick in, because I think that
Where do
would
we have that,
control.
though?
Somebody could come and apply for us, it wouldn't be by right.
You mean a variance process?
Yeah, that I think that it goes through, we would have more control over what happens on the site.
We have a lot of control through this, what happens on the site, though.
So are you afraid that it gets torn down or just redeveloped to the point where you can't recognize it anymore? Because the historic trigger would protect it, right?
That it would have to be torn down. I think somebody to really utilize this likely would tear it down.
But they don't have, no, because if it goes to the Historical Commission deems that it has significant value, then the planning board says, no, it can't be torn down. I think it's more
that's the
protected
way I
here
read it.
than it is now, my feeling.
That's what I think would happen, but
Doesn't this go back, Josh, to those two areas we were talking about earlier? You only get to potentially renovate it if it meets the standard of a building that is not deemed historical, right?
You only get to tear it down, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that
yeah.
what that language, we were on this language a little.
And it kind of falls on the historical commission.
To
And I would
determine.
think there's no way they would look at that building and say, oh, this is
If
not
it's on the
historically
National Register,
significant.
they're
It
not
is.
going to say, they're not going to say it's not significant.
Yeah. But yeah,
Okay, just a.
It's let's just make sure you're satisfied,
Yeah.
though,
Well,
because.
no, I feel that it's,
So, right, this offers it a protection that it doesn't have in the business district, Meredith.
unless
So
we-
you're afraid it's going to be able to go up to 3 floors?
that they said they would, and they would tear.
Yeah,
and it
so
would-
they may not tear it down, but they may go up to the,
But they have to follow the Secretary of the Interior standards,
Yeah.
which are going to have restrictions, lots of restrictions. But if anything, that I would say is someone would see if they could do an addition to it. I mean, if you think about like other historic properties, well, sometimes churches are the hardest because they're of the kind of space they're in. But this building, the whole back section of this building on the interior is like just
Loading
very
docks.
functional
Yes.
stuff. And maybe that's not what you want to keep. Like when the library was added on to, remember they took off an old section, a section, and they put the new on, and they kept the old, and it's a beautiful marriage of the two, in my opinion anyway. So that's kind of what I see would happen to it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I don't think it's a crazy thought, though, that you have, that something's going to happen. The Postal Service in the country is just not functioning, and it's losing so much money. Something's going to happen with the post office, and then it could be in the next 4 years. But so it's a.
Well, there was recently, I don't know if you heard, but they were talking about closing down. I had heard that there were rumors of closing down the East Milton post office.
Oh, is that right?
In Braintree, I think there were a couple in requiring Milton to use the Braintree.
But Milton has two. I don't see the postal service going away until people figure out how to send your water bill,
But I
and
guess
your
I just
sewer
wanna-
bill, and your tax bill, and everything else in the mail. But
It won't go away, but there's probably more buildings than are needed. I mean, just locally here, you can go to Lowell Mills, Milton Village, I'm sorry, you go to East Milton, you go to Reedville. I mean, we have choices. There's probably
Yeah.
more than needed. But anyhow, I think I just went back and read that language again under the application requirements. I feel like it protects it. We are, the Historical Commission, that they first have to provide, comments to the planning board. So it's coming back to the planning board if it's a building that's before 1940. The way this is written.
And this
That's
is one
how
of
I
those
read
buildings, right?
And if we get a historical commission that doesn't see this as historic, we've got bigger problems then.
Well,
Seriously, I mean, it's like if they...
you would need
Kind of
both.
like our current Conservation
That's
Commission.
where I was going with it, exactly.
You would need both, Jim. You would need both a
Planning
historical
board.
commission and a planning board that both didn't see it as
Right,
historical.
right.
And, I mean, that's hard to
I-
imagine that would happen.
Especially with the building that's listed. I mean, it's not an opinion, that it's a higher level determination, I guess is what I would say. If somebody who does that daily determines it has significance, who what is that board or body that's going to overrule that? I mean, it just seems unlikely to me.
All right, and we don't have to finalize everything right now, but
I know, but I know that that's the one, that's a property that you had brought up continuously, so I am sensitive to that fact.
And I also agree with you, it's a gorgeous
Right.
building. And I
Yeah.
wouldn't
I
want
just
anything
wanted
to
to
happen.
make sure
The
we-
question is the
I
best way to
100%
protect
agree.
it.
Yeah.
And to give it opportunity for life, right? That's
Right.
Yep,
That's
I
it.
know.
because, I mean, I've worked on buildings like convents, and, to convert them is challenging, but you can do it. And so, but if you said that it had to be a convent forever, it's not likely
No.
to have a new life.
That's the convent market, yeah, I know, yeah.
So, I mean, so that's where,
And when you say challenging, you mean expensive, right? It's just expensive to...
well, for example, this two convents that I've ever looked at, one that the developer didn't go ahead with, the other one was the city of Malden, and they turned it into artist live workspace, but the studios were really small, and they made them affordable. But the market rate person didn't find it financially viable to, and it's too bad because it was a beautiful building, but they're designed, very specific to those uses, which are small rooms, and a chapel and a eating facility, and that was pretty much these tiny rooms and corridors. But this building, I think, is more, lends itself to be converted to housing. But it could be converted to business too. But that is still, you could still do both.
Right.
This just gives an alternative.
I see the point.
But only 50% of the first floor has to be business.
Yeah. So that's why not have part of it be residential? We have residential right behind it. Well, no,
I would want to keep more than 50%
business
on that because it's such a pretty building.
So I'm not opposed to looking at that 50% that we flagged earlier.
It does say a minimum of 50%, right? So I don't know if that language allows a board to,
To waiver.
to
To
require
require
more.
the full thing,
require.
yeah. It would if it says minimum, if it's,
See, where is that?
But even on that building, judging by the footprint of the first floor, I think you have less than 50% in the actual beautiful part of the building. So it would be protected, right? With the 50%, you'd almost be forced to do some kind of a commercial space in the front there.
I've never been in the back, so I don't know.
I've just looked around back there. It just seems like a massive space.
yeah, it's, the piece in front, the lobby piece is the one you'd want to save,
Yeah.
right?
I know, and it's relatively small compared to the whole building, so the
Get the mural
50%
in
would
there,
be
you'd love
met.
to see that
All
saved.
right,
I'm thinking.
so, all right, we can leave that in. What are people's thoughts on, and I only bring this up because, A, we've got a lot going on with this site right now, but the fruit center lot, because it is the largest parcel in East Milton Square within this map, is this something that we would want to have more control than just by right and site plan approval? That we would want this to be more of a special permit because it really does
border all these residential properties.
Well, you wouldn't have housing allowed then. So you would say, okay, now this is going to be single family. That's the only thing it can be. So you're going to run a road down the middle and subdivide it. I mean, it seems like it's been a business use for a very long time. So if the fruit center goes away, it reverts back to the underlying zoning of single family residential. And we lose a taxpayer, a significant commercial taxpayer, and a significant part of the business. But people consider it to be, most people won't know that this is not part of the business district if they walk around East Milton Square. So,
I guess, does the special permit give you more control over such a large site?
Yeah.
Versus by right?
But
I understand
But if you look at what this zoning allows, it's the overlay. So it's requiring the 50% commercial. It won't, at a minimum. So it's not requiring anywhere close to the kind of maybe size of commercial that's there now, and it's allowing residential of a different type than single family. So do you need the same level of special permit when it's more residential than business, I guess is the point. It's not like you're likely to see the intensity of use that you see there now, I guess is my point.
See, my fear is that if they just find a way to carve out a studio apartment, now they're mixed use. And now all of our control goes away. And everything we went through tonight, regulating the restaurant, is gone. And I can't see it.
What do you mean if they carve out a...
Just put an apartment on the second floor somewhere. Boom, mixed use. Right?
They would have to follow what's in the zoning.
Well, where you were going with it, they have more than 50% on the first floor. I mean, it's just mixed use is mixed use, right? It's an apartment or it's a couple of apartments on the second floor and retail on the first at minimum. But if it's retail on the second with an apartment, it's still mixed use, right? So I'm just saying, if I was Mike, I would put a second floor apartment somewhere in that property and take advantage of the zoning and not have to worry about going before this board ever again if I want to do a restaurant or anything else. That's what scares me about this situation.
And it would go up to 3 stories.
He could do whatever he wants. At that point, he's got it. I don't think he would do that, but I'm saying that's the potential that this zoning has for this parcel. That's all.
I don't think you allowed does this zoning, I don't think that Milton Village allowed commercial above the first floor. I don't know if, Josh, do you remember if this one does?
I don't think there's a
we
limit.
had language in either pro or against.
I'm just curious what it says.
We're trying to understand what.
I guess I'd like to think about that one a little bit more than I can think.
I've been thinking about it for a while, and it scares me.
I haven't been, so I'd like to think about it for a little bit. To your scenario of it stays and they add something. I was thinking it's a redevelopment. I haven't thought of your scenario too much. And it's coming on 10, and I'm not thinking as well anymore.
Oh,
I think this
whenever
is
you
great.
guys want to adjourn.
Your scenario is really challenging to do, though. I mean, you're a builder. I don't know. I just think so. It's just such an odd building. That building's probably been tweaked so many times.
Yeah. There's so much plumbing running through there, and windows and egresses. It wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a problem. I mean, back where that frame shop is.
I would definitely be concerned if it was redeveloped. Then it's a different story. But
if it's redeveloped, you can't. It's too close to the property line, I think, on the back side. So
I think somebody would knock it down.
That's what I would.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying. I'm just saying for the interim, we're talking about control, and would we lose control of the property with the zoning? And I think we absolutely would if he puts in a second floor apartment, which is very inexpensive to do. That's all.
Let's look at it both ways. Yeah, let's think about it.
And a third floor. It has 2 floors now, so it'd go up to
We
3.
heat that second floor flat roof.
Yes.
that
But I
we
don't
want
think
is
you
right
can-
for a second or third floor.
You would still have to meet the zoning. So it
could probably happen with the
get
size
a
of that parcel.
variance otherwise.
Yeah, and it's not
You
built
can't
before
just-
1940.
Right.
It's more of a devil's advocate
If
thing.
it's sold, it would be torn down. I think somebody, and they weren't going to.
Yeah.
And my worry is, would we be losing the fruit center, the marketplace, which is the grocery that we.
Well, they're still allowed under, If they, actually, what we should probably do is change underlying zoning to business and do the overlay, and then that actually protects the business use. I mean, they're in a situation where, they're at the mercy of two boards and the composition of those boards at the time that they want to make a change. And it's much better for businesses to have clear zoning that tells them what they can do. Because there's risk involved every time that you want to adjust your business. Like, market conditions change and we can't foresee them all. And, to think that we can and that we can write zoning for it is, I think, unrealistic. So giving them the opportunity to have a more predictable path to, succeed. And if they don't succeed, then what would we like to see there? In my opinion, I wouldn't like to see more single family put there because we lack a business district and we lack a will to expand it. I hate to lose business uses to a single family when we're not going to gain it back. So that's my view is, okay, we're going to give an alternative that's not the underlying zoning, which is single family, which is why I wouldn't pull it out.
And I get that point.
So it's not process-wise, it's just what the uses are allowed. Because then somebody comes in next and they say, okay, here's my path, I can see it, I can build it. So if we want to say, how am I going to get affordable housing? Well, it's because somebody can see a path.
Okay.
Yeah, if you were in a butter, I'd be pretty concerned. Or 15 abutters, or however many people live around there.
Just something that I thought we would want to consider before we go to a public forum on that. If we want to make changes, probably now would be the time.
Can we just get
sure.
Josh's opinion about that? That's number 10 on your parcel list there, Josh.
Back, you're still on Fruit Center?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that the few comments, just to fill in your conversation, there is no language currently in the zoning that is related to second floor commercial uses, so they could occur. And I think that the current buildings, as they're composed on the Fruit Center property, would require variances, at least in regard to setbacks. If not others, I'd have to do some sort of measurements and calculations. But it's not as though the buildings as currently composed would be able to pass all of the requirements in this proposed zoning language. So I'm not sure that if they added, in the scenario that's been suggested, if they added a upper story residential unit in the current composition, would they then be able to do whatever they want because this is a site plan review only and not special permit? I think that there would be enough variances required that the board would be able to say no to that scenario without it being a legal problem.
And then Josh, so right now in the language of this, going back to that idea about the second floor commercial, it can be considered mixed use as long as there's 2 housing units and whatever commercial, because your definition was more than 1 housing unit or dwelling unit, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Which fits for the scale of the district as well.
Right.
I think
That's fine,
if-
yeah.
if yeah.
I was just wanted to just make sure I understood that correctly. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. This has really been great, and this combined with the guidelines, I think, is really good.
There were a couple of minor things on the guidelines. I don't think it requires Josh, except that Josh may want to just hear about them. But and so I don't know if you. We at the last when we discussed the guidelines, I think we said we wanted to take a chance to or take an opportunity to look at them and get any comments back. I mean, the hour's getting late, but so I don't know how you want to handle it. I have just. I don't know if you others had taken a look at it and we want to put time on the agenda for it, but
I think we're so short on time,
Yeah.
and we have no choice about the ADU discussion we need to have,
So we
given
should-
the deadline.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to hear, because
All right, so I do want to make sure we have opportunity to discuss it in another
Yeah.
meeting then, before
Okay.
we go adopt
and is it
those.
something we don't need Josh to be there for, do we? Or do we?
Maybe we can send him comments, but if we have fee available for him to get on and not have to wait too long for us.
Yeah, because we have a few things now on, maybe on,
In February.
in February. I guess Cheyenne,
Because we had
because we should
forum,
schedule a
right?
public forum, and I'd like to have Josh maybe one more time, just in case there are questions like this. But we were talking about doing a public forum. Cheyenne, when is the deadline that we would need to submit for Maytown meeting? Do you happen to have that?
I reached out to Nick Call.
What'd you say?
She reached out to Nick.
It was mid to late February, so kind of right after we finish up Special Town. He wants to start thinking about the next one, so we should start doing that then mid-February.
That we should be submitting?
I
believe
think,
that's what he said.
I think we can submit. The things that we were talking about are pretty minor, and we could submit and then even amend it between then and town meeting.
So
should we have Josh plan to come back, but have Josh maybe on the 27th of February? Is that too late?
So don't
If
forget,
we
we're
have
going
to
to
have
have
an article
MBTA to deal with real soon.
That's why I'd rather just get this one submitted. So I think, well, if Josh can turn around these things that we talked about tonight, which were not significant.
Minor.
I don't mind sending an email to the few things. I mean, we can't have a email exchange
discuss.
about it, but
Could advance the discussion in the meeting, though, if you do.
yeah.
Why don't you send it to Cheyenne?
Okay.
And she can send it to the board, and we can have a chance to review it. And
But
be ready
actually,
to-
the guidelines don't have to go to town meeting. Remember, they're just a planning board vote.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't have to rush it that way.
Okay.
So even if we present the guidelines for town meeting and make a few minor amendments, it's just I don't like mandating a sloped roof or a few things like that. So it's not like significant.
And this is for Maytown meeting, right?
Right.
This is for May. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
why don't you send those items?
I don't think we need to have Josh come until we decide about the
public
the
forum.
guidelines. Yeah, in the forum, right?
Should we try to pick a date for a public forum? Because
No. I'm sorry.
Not right now.
It's just too much. It's too much, I think.
Picking a
All right.
date.
You know
Yeah,
what?
I just think it's too far. Just
Cheyenne
wait.
can just send an email with
Yeah,
possible
we'll talk about, all right, why don't we plan to talk about this on the 23rd, look at our calendars, Cheyenne, and then Josh, we'll get in touch with you and see if there's a date that would be convenient for you to hold a public
That sounds
forum.
great. Like, this sounds like probably in March, is that what it seemed like?
April.
I think,
March.
Yeah, late March.
I don't think you want to get too close
Yeah.
to if you want to modify the language based on any feedback, unless it's just to present it and not think you're going to modify it.
And we need to get this done by May. For what reason?
should
Just
we
because?
maybe invite Josh to come then on the 27th, just to iron out anything that we have?
Yeah, sure.
So, Josh, would you be available to join us on the 27th, and we'll put you on early on the agenda, so you don't have to wait? Just to iron out any details, and then plan for a early to mid-March public forum?
I am out of the office on February 27th.
You are, okay. All right, then,
How about Feb 13th, was that packed? This is,
no, yeah.
It's just
What about the
zoning,
13th?
right?
Exactly. The 13th? Josh, would you be
I'm
able to
available
join
on
us?
the 13th.
Okay, then, and it shouldn't take us long, it's just to sort of review the little minor changes that we discussed tonight, and,
We could do the guidelines maybe then.
yeah.
So
Just
these
wrap 'em
guidelines,
up.
right?
Yeah, and to
This
do
is
any
it?
changes to the guidelines.
February 13th, we're going to be reviewing these?
Yeah. And then we'll look at a calendar with Cheyenne and get in touch with maybe few options for dates for a March meeting, once we know our calendar schedule.
That sounds great, and I'll prepare the revisions we talked about this evening prior to the 13th.
Perfect. Great, thank you so much.
Thanks, Josh.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good man, Josh.
Have a good night.
Thank you all. Thanks. Good night.
Okay, we're shuffling a little bit, but the zoning articles, we will need to either get to, but should we just quickly discuss ADU comments since and I think people have been sending these into Cheyenne, and then we can end up with getting to the zoning articles.
I've only sent one into
I've only
Cheyenne.
received one.
Yeah, I haven't sent any,
Okay.
and I probably won't send any.
I was looking for the notes,
Dylan.
my notes from before. I did want to talk about the bus line because I asked Cheyenne to, after I saw what she sent us, how far apart are the stops and the frequency of service? Because one comment I think we could have is, and I think they were kind of open to it and during that webinar, was like the flagging. It's the whole line.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what Nick Milano said. He said, basically, that's something he thinks we should comment on.
yeah,
because
so Cheyenne, can
it's
you pull
almost
that map up?
the entire town.
Yeah.
Almost the entire town.
There's
Except
only,
like Quistit
yeah.
Brook.
And if the distance between where you can flag it and if it's not available all the time, it just seems like that should be looked at. I'm going to look for my other notes too.
Yeah,
In your street.
yeah, it'd be close right it out.
Beautiful
Pretty
people
much.
over there.
No buses running through.
I have to walk.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Nick sort of, and Cheyenne, you can probably elaborate on this conversation with Nick, but he said basically he thinks this is going to be an issue for a lot of communities because it's just basically saying ADUs do not require any parking. There's no parking requirements.
Which doesn't mean we can't encourage it, but we can't put it in our zoning,
and-
right?
You can't require it.
We
You
can't
cannot
require it, but we can.
A
we can-
homeowner
yeah.
can
Yeah.
put it in, though. The homeowner can,
Or they don't have to.
but they don't have to.
They don't have to.
No, again, they don't
A
have to. but-
homeowner doesn't have to.
Yeah, but we have a regulation that you can't park on the street, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's not like it's, you don't have to and you can just park in your neighbor's
It's a-
driveway.
That's what's saving Brookline right now.
I can't find my other notes. I thought Sean's question about the,
Minimum size.
yeah,
That was
and I'm going
interesting.
to call up the guidelines right now on my computer and I'll see what I highlighted.
But didn't we talk about that with Walter last meeting? And he basically said it follows the building code, and Maggie said it follows the health requirement for a minimum size. So there is kind of a minimum, right?
Well, my notes from the last meeting, I have the health code allows one person per 150 square feet. But I think it's best just to submit the question and let them answer it. You know, I think the question as I wrote it, are we allowed to establish a minimum size? And if not, what parameters do you use, you know, to determine a minimum size? They very well may refer us back to the health code or some other code that might exist and say, this is the code that you use to determine minimum size. Where did you find that? In Milton's health code or?
Yeah, Caroline Casella,
Yeah,
It's like
she
100.
told
yeah.
me.
I see.
I don't know where she got it from.
So,
I think that is a thing. 150 square feet and then 100 per resident after that. I think.
So would that answer your
So
question?
I also wanted.
No,
Not really, 'cause
I like the submitting it. I think it's a
would
good
still
idea.
want to submit it. I mean, I still think, you know, think about that. 150 square feet, 10 feet by 15 feet. It's tiny. You need, you know, you need a kitchen, a bathroom, and what's the smallest micro unit that you've seen?
Well, it's funny, they just had an article in the Globe about that, I think over the weekend. And I don't know if you remember, Boston had this micro unit on wheels that they took into different neighborhoods, and you could walk into it and see what it was like. And it was 375 square feet. And Boston, I think, had kind of settled on that. Boston has a compact unit policy, and what they do so they've ratcheted down the size of the units. And if someone applies under that policy, they're required to provide some common amenity space. But that one, which was, as I said, on wheels, I think they probably have a section on their website about it because they were soliciting public comment on it. But it seemed to be 375 square feet. So, I mean, we can, I don't know how that compares to what Walter was talking about in the building code, honestly.
Yeah, what's the size of the micro units at Bent's? Do we know? Don't they have micro unit apartments?
They do,
But
they do.
do you
I don't
remember I
know.
was astounded at 2,000 a month? But
And he's
we
got
have
no
plans
vacancy.
From that.
Yeah,
I have plans.
That's really
if
something.
I was on the board when we approved that. I don't know, but I could look them up.
Like 600, I can't, I don't remember them being too small, though. I felt like they
Not
were.
that, not as,
Not
they're
as-
small for here,
For-
but yeah.
For Milton, they're small, but
Depending on what you're used to, I mean, it's
yeah,
all relative.
right.
Small, modern, sharing a dorm room. 175 is big.
Right.
I do have a
I
note.
think that's-
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, unless we want to amend it, what I submitted to Cheyenne, I copied it to everybody. That could be it. Or if we want to change the language, we can change the language, change the question. We had a.
Let's go with that.
I had a question, or I had a note from our last discussion, and I don't remember if this is something we talked about, but the definition of a short-term rental. Were we questioning what a short-term rental definition is?
Well, I'm looking here on the draft guidelines, and it has a definition that says, as defined by Mass General Law, Chapter 64G,
Yeah.
S.1. So I guess it's already defined by state law.
Yeah. That webinar did answer some of our questions.
Yeah. Jim, to what you were asking earlier, just because I'm looking at what I have highlighted here, under the definitions, a principal dwelling is a structure regardless of whether it conforms to zoning, including use requirements, et cetera. But and then the single-family residential zoning district, any zoning district where single-family residential dwellings are a permitted or an allowable use, including any zoning district where single-family residential dwellings are allowed as of right by special permits, et cetera. So that's where the business falls in.
Okay, so I guess you can put ADUs anywhere in town, right?
Not on the well, no, because they're not allowed on some parcels.
So all residential parcels and then the business district.
All single families and the business
When
district.
Quistit Brook couldn't do it.
I don't think
It
single
has to be a
families are allowed
single
there,
family.
yeah.
So the majority of town is
Right.
exposed to this ADU.
Then there
law.
was another,
Yeah.
let me just show the district.
Like in East Milton, there's a few single-family homes that are existing in that business district,
Yeah,
which
sure.
they could go
And
into.
that means the businesses can do it as well, right?
So,
Yeah, I would think so.
So
So
a
the-
commercial building could.
so
pop-
the
Could do any-
marketplace could add an
Could
ADU.
put an ADU in. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so have we, and back to, so have we or learned or confirmed that ADUs do not contribute?
I think they do. To our overall housing stock?
Yeah. So is that a, like,
Because they have to
question?
keep, the building department is required to keep a total of approved ADUs and submit it annually
So
in
it
an annual
increases our
report. So
housing stock.
but the question is, how will the assessors deal with that?
That's my question. Do we get
And
any
we don't-
tax benefit from this?
So I talked to the assessor today.
Maggie.
And I asked if ADUs could be taxed at a different rate because it's essentially a commercial for the most part, since there's no owner occupancy requirement, that maybe it could be considered a commercial property and we could get additional tax revenue from it. And he said no. Basically, it would just be taxed as a regular accessory building, just based on the assessed value. So if, if it costs like $200,000 to build, they pull a building permit and it costs $200,000 to build, our tax rate is $11.09 So the additional tax revenue would be about $2,200. So if it's a two-bedroom, if there's a child, which we cannot prohibit, then the tax revenue wouldn't cover any of the education costs. Basically, it just raises the value of the property. And then it would be the value.
To cover the cost.
But not cover enough cost for a significant increase to the cost.
So let's get just for our comments, because that's going to be helpful when we go on to discuss the ADUs. One of the things that I had seen, in addition to the bus routes, minimum size, I'm thinking of any other comments. One of the draft ADU previous articles required that the ADU utilize the same, connects to the same utilities.
Yep.
Which I'm assuming mean, they don't want to bring in new wires, they don't want to bring in, well, I guess they'd have to do if it's detached. But do you have to bring in a new septic line, Or in the case, obviously, if it's an addition and you're on septic, you've got to the homeowner would have to upgrade. You couldn't put in a second septic tank.
Well, you could.
So you could, but is that a question, can we require, because one of the draft language said that an ADU must connect to existing utilities?
So I also reached out to Marina Fernandez, our new DPW, and I asked the same thing because that was one of the.
So we're not having
properties
dug up.
And she said the way that the town of Milton has dealt with new ADUs is two ways. Sometimes the owner requests a new water service and new sewer service, and a new fee will be assessed for the ADU according to the fee permit schedule. And so the ADU will get a new water and meter and a new account. So they handle it that way, but sometimes the ADU is connected to the existing building and it will not trigger assessed fees. However, water and sewer will be assessed according to the increased consumptions. So right now they handle it two different ways. Sometimes it requires a new meter and a new account. Also, I asked about the addresses, because that's another thing. So I asked her how do the addresses get handled. And she said for addresses, an ADU would not be given a new address here in town. She said, but I can get more information with Alan Bishop, who helps her run the process in which we number houses. So I also was concerned about the addresses from a public safety standpoint, and even when I talked to the assessor, he talked about the public safety as well. So I did reach out to both Chris Madden and John King about how they would handle like the addresses for public safety in case there was a fire, but or if a call came for help, but they have not gotten back to me yet.
So these regs say that for the purposes of this section, that the following restrictions and regulations shall be considered unreasonable when applied to a protected use ADU. And there's certain things under design standards, dimensional standards, and then utilities, safety, and emergency access. It says any requirement concerning utilities, safety, and emergency access, then that is more restrictive than state requirements. So the question is whether you want to make a comment on that, because it's saying that right now you can't put any requirements in for this that are more restrictive than state requirements.
So the one requirement that I think would be reasonable, and I'm not sure if it's more restrictive or not, is that if it's a detached structure, that it have its own utility connections.
So I guess that's a question we can pose then.
Probably. I mean, any ADU that's within a structure, I don't think should. And typically if it's within an existing structure, a utility will not provide a separate service. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, if you created a unit within it, but it's detached.
But it detached. And that's, I guess the question is, do we want to allow it to have separate utilities and draw in a separate?
Well, this is saying that,
Limit it like that. I don't
yeah.
think they will
There was a
let you.
draft ADU that had it, and I don't know where it
Allow
is,
it?
but
What would be wrong with allowing it?
because of the disturbance to the, whether it's, bringing in, I assumed it was more of like utility, like electrical lines coming in, but
So
I don't know how that's dealt with anyway.
I just think if we're gonna subject the whole town to becoming a landlord, I think it's cleaner to allow them separate utilities as much as possible.
Require them, not allow it,
Yeah,
require.
Required.
Yeah.
Because
But it's-
landlording is not an easy business.
But then
People
it's
think it is.
saying, but the way they're viewing it is as an accessory use. They're not viewing it as a separate unit.
But in
And
reality, it is exactly a separate unit.
I
There's no
understand,
way
but
this is
I'm
not.
reading what it's saying here.
No, I get that, but that doesn't mean we should subject our
Yeah.
residents to
I mean-
what they think it is. I mean, in reality, you're becoming a landlord.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, I don't.
I think what you'd have to do is ask the question or submit a comment about whether you could require a separate utility connection, because it's not clear to me what the state requirement is for an accessory use.
Yeah.
But because that's what this says in these guidelines, so if you want to make a comment about the guidelines, right now it's
That's-
telling you that you can't necessarily put that requirement in.
You can't require it, yes.
Right.
So should I add that to our the list?
Yeah.
Cheyenne, are you taking notes too on this to make sure that we have all the same?
And should we all, yeah.
Yes.
Just going back to the ADU and any commercial, any business zone, is there any way to push back on that or ask if we have to do that? Because that's disturbing to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
So the ADU, allowing an ADU in a business zone. Yeah, I don't know, how can we phrase a question that says, do we have to do that?
Well, we allow a single family in a business zone, so the remedy for it is to remove allowing a single family from the business zone.
And the remedy is to make
doing.
single family more, more restrictive, or have to go through site plan approval, which is overly, it's overly burdensome.
No, it's not gonna stop.
I know, it's overly burdensome. But to Jim's point, my fear is it's taking away from our business districts. As was said 1,000 times, it's really hard to do business outside the business district. And so here we are allowing it in our business district.
So it's because we're allowing single family there. And so all we have to do is remove allowing single family there, which is the simple thing in the zoning.
Can we do that within this ADU bylaw we're writing, or is that a separate?
No, it's a separate article that strikes that. But it would be pretty simple to do.
Can we
And
do
if
it
you think
at the
about
same
it, then
time
it
as this?
puts, like, there's a couple of single families in Milton Village that would be pre-existing non-conforming. And there might be, I don't know if there's any in East Milton or on Central Ave. So it does affect those properties. But, so let's just say, like, one of those single families in the Milton Village district wanted to add an ADU. You don't want to allow them to do that? So you have to think
I
through the
know, I
realities of
know,
them, right?
I know, I know.
So, yeah, because their use is currently allowed, and they might say, why shouldn't I be able to have the ADU when other single families
I
don't?
know, and it makes more sense to have more density in a commercial district. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where that one, and I don't know how many, and if a business added one, that's getting the mixed use that we wanted anyway.
Yeah.
In Milton Village, for example.
Because we already have the retail. I mean,
No,
I disagree
well,
with that.
and,
That's
well,
okay.
all right.
It's a stretch.
If you had something where a second floor office space couldn't be rented for some reasons, then some of them can't be in these business districts, converting that to the easiest conversion would be to convert that to residential. We're doing a project now where upper floor office space is not in Milton or Boston even, but upper floor office space is being converted to housing and first floor staying
No, you're
commercial.
right, that makes sense. So technically you get your mixed use. But when I think of like developing mixed use, I think of something that isn't there, and then all of a sudden we have first floor retail, which is real nice. Then we have housing on the second and third floor. But I get it. I mean, if you're gonna take office and make it residential. Technically, you created a mixed use.
Right.
I understand what you're saying.
And I love the example of Elliott Physical Therapy that has the
I
commercial
know,
on the first
yeah.
floor and just a couple of units. The scale fits in. It is reminiscent, the architecture of what was there before.
They nailed it.
And that was a good project. So I had asked, when we last spoke, I said I was just going to ask Nick to get town council if we should say anything about the definitions of a subway. And he did speak. He said Peter and I spoke a bit about potentially including comments back to HLC regarding how their draft regulations treat subway service / Mattapan line. It is probably worth a follow-up conversation for further clarification on what we would want to say. The definitions in both the ADU draft language, draft regs, and the MBTA Communities Act guidelines are essentially the same. The ADU regs state subway station, any of the stops along the Mass Bay Transportation Authority Red Line, Green Line, Orange Line, Silver Line, or Blue Line, including any extensions or additions to such lines. The MBTA guidelines state subway station means any of the stops along the MBTA Red Line, Green Line, Orange Line, or Blue Line, including any extensions to such lines now under construction, which we're not, and scheduled to begin service before the end of 2023. So the Town AG briefs makes a point about this categorization. So it may be sufficient to state in a comment letter that he put in quotes, the planning board notes that the town has raised questions regarding the Mattapan line's definition in its arguments before the Supreme Judicial Court. So something along, so I would get guidance. I would just say something like, this is being addressed, the question of the definition of subway station.
If there's any place.
Yeah, but it's still covered by the bus lines, right?
So exactly.
Even if it's not included, we get it excluded somehow.
It's covered by the bus line. So we're still heavily impacted. So I don't know whether it's worthy, but I think the fact that we're being consistent in stating that subway, the definition of subway is being challenged and expands beyond.
I didn't think that when I listened to the court proceedings, they didn't allow the attorneys to talk about the trolley. So I don't know how much they're considering it, honestly. But, if any place that's the most walkable, it's along the trolley, whether MBTA communities definitions aside. So the whole reason it's here is to say whether you can mandate a one parking space or not.
Right.
If you can't fit a parking space on some of those parcels, I mean, those are the parcels that are most apt. Somebody can walk to a lot of things, not just the trolley. You can walk into Boston across the river and you've got grocery store, CVS, restaurants.
I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just what the law says is subway station. And what HLC has done twice now is to change the definition and create what they believe is a definition of subway station, which expands subway station and extensions. So it's saying,
No,
And
I
it
think
goes
I
back
think it's
to-
good to push back on that.
Yeah, and
I
it
think
goes back to Cheryl, your
Mm.
point about having consistent definitions. We need consistent definitions, and really it starts from the top.
Yep.
With
So
our
I think,
legislature.
yeah, I don't know how much it will be addressed, but it is it sort of is the concern that that the HLC seems to be broadening the.
Seems like they're just making stuff up as they go along.
Well, there's two different they actually are slightly different definitions
Which
here, but
doesn't-
anyway, we don't want it to be anything complicated, just, and again, I would only use what legal counsel said, but just maybe some comment in there, because one of the things that HLC said in their oral arguments is that Milton did not address it in the beginning. So, just to be
If we want to talk, I mean,
But you're
if
right,
you
it's
wanted
in
that,
this-
if you want that for consistency, fine. But I think the bigger issue really is where does it make
lines.
sense to not require parking? And if I'm looking at the bus line map, the bus that goes along Route 138, it's like a mile between the places that you can flag it. And then Cheyenne, you provided me, which I don't know, I don't recall if everyone else was provided a copy of that email, what the times are.
Times.
I asked how frequently
The buses ran.
I don't think that matters, right? I think a bus line is a bus line.
Well,
and you
it
just-
matters, I think, in our comments, because if the bus runs every couple hours and you're using that as justification for not being able
Right.
to allow a
But it's not a
requirement for
reliable
parking,
way to get to work.
or if it doesn't run certain days of the week, then it's, not all of these bus lines are equal in terms of their service, I guess
Yeah,
is
the
my point.
240 bus on 28 used to run every 30 minutes because my guys used to take it. And now now it only runs once an hour because they didn't have enough ridership. So they've decreased the access to it.
So maybe that we could incorporate that, like just as a sub.
Which number is that one?
The 240
The
on
240.
28.
The 240.
The girls
Every
used to ride
hour
around
or so on the
on Bench.
weekends, every
They would
30,
get them there at 6 in the morning. It was
30
awesome.
to 40
Loved
minutes.
it.
Maybe just reference that some of these lines only run on the out, every hour.
So which one is only 6 stops in your memo?
It's like that purple one? don't know.
I'm just going to forward this to you all.
So the thinking is that they might change the parking requirement if the bus doesn't run frequently enough?
That's what I'm thinking our comment should be.
Yeah, that's a great comment.
The thing is, I would think that if any of these properties along Route 28 decided to put an ADU in, they have the space for the parking. So it wouldn't be necessarily a
What they're going to find is that it's really hard to rent an apartment without parking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they can put it in.
That's where some of the things that HLC does makes no sense at all.
It's just a top-down approach.
Yeah, it is. They're trying to increase ADUs, and they make that a restriction. And who wants to be in a unit where you don't have a parking space and
It
the
works in
majority of people are
Davis Square.
driving? It's
There's
just
no parking whatsoever. Yeah.
Okay, so address the frequency as well as.
Well, I just mention it because there was this comment that came to us from Cheyenne, and it seems like the red in this line is the 716 bus, and the 716 bus runs every hour to hour and a half. So that's the one that runs along 138. So it runs every hour to an hour and a half.
What number is
And
that? I'm sorry, what bus?
The bus 716, and it's.
So particularly the
I'm
240
looking
and the
at
716.
I'm looking at the map here, and it's. I don't know. I mean, at one point here, it looks like it could be a mile between stops. So that, I guess that puts you within a half a mile on the length. But
That just assumes that somebody's healthy enough to walk the half mile, and it's good weather. It's
yeah,
and
the
they have a
frequency-
job that they're dependent on the bus to get to.
And the town
And they
plows
want to
the
live in an
street.
ADU, and they can
Well,
afford one in Milton.
138 gets plowed. That's state, but.
Yeah, but they don't plow the sidewalks. Like 28, the sidewalks don't get plowed.
So is there a sidewalk on 138?
Not where the guarded school's going in.
So.
Not all the way up.
Yeah.
So I would say, like, that would be
Sidewalks.
sort of a safety question then, might be that, I'm not flagging all of these bus lines. I was flagging, like, that one in particular because the service frequency is less. They're pretty far apart.
But a
There's
bus
no
line without
sidewalk.
sidewalks, yeah.
Like, for example, 28 has sidewalks. I don't,
Yeah.
Yes,
But
but
it doesn't
138
get, but it doesn't get
does-
plowed.
But there are quite a few stops on
There are.
28 also.
Yeah, there
So that's a different level of service, you know, if you're looking at that, that's blue on here, light blue, and light blue is the 240, and the 240 runs every hour or so on the weekends and every 30 to 40 minutes.
Well, Maggie's saying it doesn't run every 30 to 40 anymore. It runs every
okay,
hour
so-
now.
Yeah, Tim had mentioned,
All
I
right,
think
okay,
that
right,
changed.
all right, and then, all right, but I still think that's interesting because it runs, you know, along a lot of, not just Reedsdale, whereas, so there's, you can get to it pretty, in other parts. I wouldn't eliminate that one necessarily. I think, I mean, for me, it's like maybe we say that anything that's running less than every hour and
Sure.
doesn't have a sidewalk.
Every hour and doesn't have a sidewalk?
Or doesn't have a sidewalk. Because now you're
Or,
trying
yeah.
to have people walking along the street for a half a mile
No, I
without
get
a
it.
sidewalk, right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't, I've been trying to create the question here, so Cheyenne and Meredith don't have to. Why don't we separate those? And what I wrote is, on the previous one, is the restriction on the requirement of a parking space within a half-mile distance of a bus route applicable no matter what the frequency of the service of the said bus route?
That's good.
Will that work?
That works.
Yeah.
And then,
And then the second question I wrote is the restriction on the requirement of a parking space within a half-mile distance of a bus route applicable if the said bus route does not have sidewalks? Do you want to tweak that one a little bit more, or do you want to leave it just like that? If it doesn't have sidewalks?
if the street in which the bus route is located doesn't have sidewalks, but I mean, I think it's fine.
I think that's fine.
I mean, it gets to the point of
yeah.
our concern about whether it's, you know, it's a good idea.
And I think we should accompany maybe our comments with this map.
Yeah, I
Say,
think it's fine.
is
And
this
the routes, you'll see in the email that I just forwarded you that Cheyenne provided, you know, more backup, so we could provide that backup too.
As two different charts examples.
She's
Was the
got-
intention that the majority of the town should not require ADUs to have a parking space?
If you say that, they're going to find a way to
No, I know.
around it. I mean, I'm so skeptical
No.
of this. But
I
that's
like the way
okay.
Sean wrote it. It'll
Yeah,
be fine, and they'll
less is
see.
more, yeah.
And I think, you know, it would be nice for other communities to see these comments, because I told Nick, I said, you know, I think a lot of towns aren't even to the point where they're doing the maps, because I think until you actually have your GIS map drawn, you don't realize how significant the area is with the
Or-
just with the buses. Never mind anything else.
Or if we win our lawsuit, some other town pushes back on this because it's just overreach.
I also reached out to Mass Municipal Association today about it, and they are submitting comments about EDUs by Friday, and they said to encourage as many communities as you can to submit comments.
And I think Driscoll's office may be possibly looking at submitting some comments. I don't know if, the select board, they're not submitting anything, but I don't
So-
know if our rep, I don't know if.
I was going to say, would our rep and our senator go to the public hearing on Friday and present our concerns? Because it's both Zoom and in person, and if you do want to speak, you have to sign up in advance to speak. So
Check with Nick on that, maybe.
I wonder if either our senator or our rep would go, especially our senator, since he was a rep at the time when he supposedly probably voted for this. I would think he should,
Wants clarification.
yeah, voice his concerns.
Okay. Anything else, Cheyenne, that you would like to add that you were thinking about too? As far as any comments that you've noticed? Or things that you would like to add?
Not at the moment, but I am going to be going through everything that we talked about today and just filling in any blanks that come up, just because we've had a lot of comments over the last 2 meetings, so I don't want to have any duplicative blanks.
Good, all right.
I mean, could we ask them if they've ever considered putting, allowing the EDUs to
I have
be
another question.
considered as part of our SHI?
Can we ask whether any,
They would. They're not affordable.
I know,
But could they contribute to the SHI?
somehow, because,
can't put a income restriction on them
yeah.
according to the guidelines, but I guess the question is whether you want to ask them to reconsider that.
yeah, this is, they're seeking input, so why not ask everything, say,
Did you hear that, Cheyenne?
But I don't think they're going to change that you make it
or
an
at least
affordable unit.
maybe say they
Yeah, it would-
don't contribute, they don't exasperate or make our overall, maybe they shouldn't be added to our overall housing
Yeah,
stock.
okay, so that makes more sense than saying that
They
there
would
should be
not be
income
added
restrictions.
to our overall,
Housing stock.
With respect to the calculation for 40B. I was thinking, would we ask whether there can be a minimum open space requirement for the ADU?
We talked about that in the last meeting, and we probably should.
I know I talked about it in the context of how we don't have that for single families, a lot coverage, it's exempt, single families are exempt from it. But I think we can ask the question about, because it says that we can make it subject to existing zoning. It's our existing zoning that's lacking there, which I said we should think about changing. But I do think we can ask if there can be a minimum open space requirement included in the zoning. Because, for example, like again, even in Boston, even in multifamilies, you're required to have a usable open space for every unit. And it could be satisfied with those balconies and roof decks, but you're required some open space.
that is not been.
And
And anything else that comes in, just send it to Cheyenne and we'll circulate it in the board so people will know if anyone has any concerns about that being included. But if somebody wants something to be included, we don't want to wait till the last minute because Cheyenne's going to be working on this.
I think other question that we had was, in an independent unit, can we, I guess the question is, is the accessory dwelling unit subject to the accessory setbacks or to the principal dwelling setbacks? Because I think right now, it says the principal dwelling setbacks.
I think
Look
so.
at that
I think
again,
was in
right?
our-
So that was pretty,
I mean, I'd like it to stay that way, so
yeah,
I'd
okay.
be less,
Yeah, and then
I'd
if,
be reluctant to ask that question.
yeah,
okay.
and then if
Got
if we wanted to, then they could apply for a special permit,
Right.
if it was,
I think they addressed that in the webinar.
yeah.
I think they said that it had to comply with the
With the
existing.
principal dwelling setbacks,
Yes.
okay, good.
So I added the fourth one. Can a minimum open space requirement be established by ADU zoning? Does that ask the question properly? Can a minimum open space requirement be established by?
4 in ADU, I think.
For an ADU, okay.
So we have
It-
4 questions?
Don't we five,
We have 5, we have one more.
because
Oh, parking is 2, right?
would they, the question of, is it possible that they are not added to our
Yeah.
housing stock, affecting the SHI?
Or maybe, so how does this work with MBTA zoning? And so if we rezone the Elliott Street corridor and we're allowing 3 families by right, do they also get to do an ADU on top of that?
One,
On top of the 3 family?
Well-
So should we ask if we can omit ADUs from the MBTA overlay zones? Right? I just think it's going to be an awful lot for any area that has MBTA zoning overlay districts, and then,
Can ask the question.
yeah.
you get that, Sean?
No, I didn't, I'm sorry, I was working on the previous one.
That's right, yeah.
What was it again?
So, will the ADU, I mean, is there any way to push back on the ADU bylaw to negate it from the MBTA zoning overlays that we have to create?
Can an ADU be included in a,
Right now,
And be exempt
can
from,
be exempted, yes.
from the MBTA zoning
Zoning
district.
districts.
Okay. I can write that.
Make it sound good, will you?
So what does that mean, though? Can it be exempt from
So if we do MBTA zoning districts and,
Yeah.
you know, like
On
on Elliott
Elliott
Street,
Street.
you're allowing 3 families.
Yeah,
And now with the ADU bylaw, you can allow another unit, so that means you get 4 families.
I see what you're saying.
So is there any way to push back and at least take the ADU bylaw mandate out of the
MBTA zoning. Yeah,
zoning
yep.
areas?
Because the idea really was to have them at single
Single
families.
families.
And then, at a 2-family, it's, if you have room for it, well. But to have it be where it's the,
multifamily
Any
zone?
residentially, yeah, any residentially zoned.
because it's not really for like the,
It makes more sense in properties with larger lots. So even my neighbors, next to me, both of them have ADUs, and it works great. Because they have the parking, they have the space, and it really is, it can be a real beneficial tool. But when it's put into areas which are tighter, it just causes more problems. The only problem up in my neighborhood, we're on septic. So you have to make sure your septic can accommodate the increase in bedrooms.
don't forget, some people can fit them into an existing house,
Yeah.
depending upon the house. So, it might be that there are, some of the smaller lots may not be able to fit them.
30, what is it? 375 square feet? I bet you could find that. A micro unit, a small unit, or whatever the minimum is, 250? I think we're going to see these things popping up all over the place. And, that's the way the law's written, that's what we've been handed.
It depends.
But
I
if
mean,
we can
it depends.
push
You
back
think
a little.
everybody wants one on their property or in their own home. It depends what you think. If everybody wants to be a landlord or if everyone wants to have one.
The hope is that everybody doesn't.
Public comment?
Sorry?
Yes. Is there public comments?
Because there's a hand raise.
Is there a hand raised? Yes. Let's do that, and then we can
And then
move our zoning articles. Yes, if you want to allow them to come in and introduce themselves.
Hi, is this me?
Here we go.
Yes, hi, welcome, Brian.
Hey, Brian Furs, 630 Brush Hill Road. I just raised my hand as part of that last conversation around ADUs, ADUs not being allowed in the MBTA zoning area. I would just offer something to think about with that, which would be that if someone needed an ADU in that area, they're now looking to apply within the MBTA zoning criteria. Maybe the MBTA zoning criteria allows it, but certainly you would not want to put an undue burden on someone that was just trying to put an ADU in their house if they happen to live within the MBTA zoning. I think that would actually be problematic for people who just happen to live in that area. So perhaps the MBTA zoning allows an ADU, and that's why this would be okay. But I just would suggest that the board think about that before putting an undue burden on the people that might live in those areas. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's to the point about restricting it in a business district.
Yeah.
Someone might, in the MBTA zoning, might not want to choose to do a 3-family, and
Yeah.
instead they would choose to do an ADU. So
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Very good point.
So could we
Yeah.
write in an either or?
Well, we could ask the question as we discussed, and then write our,
I doubt they would they're going to allow us to restrict it.
I do too.
Right.
I do too.
I think that probably would not be likely, but.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Brian's saying. I think it makes a lot of sense. Because some people would prefer, as you just said, to do an ADU and not do something more significant.
Yeah, 'cause
That
we-
ADU may simply make the difference for them.
Yeah.
Remember, there's like 350 parcels in that Elliott
Yeah.
Street corridor. I mean, that's a lot of single-family homes in there.
Right, yeah.
And I remember many, many meetings ago, Sean, you said, I think the ADU law will be more impactful than possibly MBTA
I
zoning.
totally feel that way. And in fact, you'd want to encourage ADUs over in that corridor, the
Yeah.
Elliott Street corridor. It's the best place for them with access to transportation. That's really ideal.
And so then that goes back to the non-conforming part. You know, many of those detached structures are, they don't meet the setbacks.
So that was the other thing, I guess, because if you wanted to, that we did talk about, if you wanted to be able to convert a carriage house that's conforms with accessory use, but not principal dwelling use, and then somebody tore down the carriage house just so they can move a structure 5 feet further away. So I think, though, we can make it less restrictive. So right now, they're more restrictive by saying it has to follow the principle. But when we write it, we could say for a historic accessory structure that exists, that it can be converted. But we don't have to ask them that because that's less restrictive than what they've said. But I think it's something we should definitely, when we write it, or when we finalize the writing, include that.
Yeah, I think when both of these were written, MBTA and ADU, I think the intent was either or. But I think we're going to find that we're
It's
overlay
overlapping.
zoning both. And I don't think it was the intent of even HLC, I mean, but
Well, it's very possible that this ADU legislation became what it became and passed because they felt they were at risk with the MBTA and the pushback. So it was another way. I don't remember what the webinar said, but what was their projection? 10,000 ADU units. It was a big number. 10,000. I can't remember what they projected in the next 5 years. Pretty sure that's what it said. So we're up to 6 questions.
That's great. I think that's
I'll
fine.
send them like I did earlier to Cheyenne and then to all of us.
Perfect.
And if you want to take the lead on, if you don't like the wording on some of them, feel free.
That's great. And yeah, and I'll be in communication with Cheyenne, and she can work on a draft. We can run it by Nick. So I will just need a motion to approve Cheyenne to draft the questions and to send on my behalf, for me to sign on
The board's
the
behalf.
board's behalf. And
So
I'm happy to
moved.
send out a draft.
You get it.
Make a motion to authorize Meredith on the board's behalf to
sign
Just sign.
Cheyenne's questions that she drafts up.
To send draft comments.
Based
Send
on
draft.
Sean's draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay.
That's a tough one.
You know, take a motion to continue the public hearing on the
Yes.
zoning
Yes.
articles?
Yes, please. Is there a second?
What, I'm sorry, we have to have a date and
Yeah,
time.
so we need to move it to, I would say, we've got a busy schedule, but I think we need to have it on the 23rd, just so we can talk about it. I think we're really in good shape on the site plan, but we had some work just to continue on the,
Yeah, I added a few things to the site plan. I don't know if anybody saw that.
No, I did not.
Yeah, okay. That was last week.
Are they
I
red
did
lined?
that
They're red
They're
lined?
blue lined.
Blue lined? Okay.
for some reason. There's not a whole lot. It was just under the landscaping.
I have like
Okay.
2
And I-
edits
All right, I didn't,
that I did not.
I will take a look. I
edits.
didn't notice that you did.
Could be red line.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing for I'm on the wrong agenda, the zoning articles.
discussion of zoning articles to January 23rd, and We have 10 Bassett Street coming back at 8, so 8:15?
At 8:15.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What are we doing at 7 at that meeting?
Um,
Why are
We
we
have the
waiting?
Gardner
Gardner
School.
Oh, right,
School.
okay.
Nursery.
And will you take a motion to adjourn?
I will take a motion to adjourn.
Then I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Damn, we just have-
Thank you.